Thank you to the mayor and the city council for acknowledging Culver City's Local Disability Awareness Month and the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. I don't see very well in here, as you know. The theme for the National Disability Employment Awareness Month is Access to Good Jobs for All. This month is about celebrating the achievements of people with disabilities and emphasizing the need for workplaces that welcome everyone. It also highlights the challenges I apologize.
You're fine.
City council is hard because it's not visually friendly. Challenges they face in getting jobs and reminds us of the importance of disability rights and the progress made in creating more accessible opportunities. The Abilities Carnival was a resounding success, drawing over 310 attendees. It was amazing. Our dedicated staff, along with volunteers, Girl Scout leaders, and members of the Disability Advisory Committee worked tirelessly to create a unique and inclusive experience for all. We look forward to hosting another successful event next year. The wheelchair basketball event is coming up, and I'll have the vice chair speak to that in a moment. We aim to strengthen our ties with the city council, enhance our programming, better understand community needs, and expand our input into the city and the city's goals for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thursday, October 24th is the wheelchair basketball game at the high school, 12 o'clock to 1. And I'm inviting all of you, very tall members of the city, to come in and participate. So Thursday, October 24th at the high school courts, inside courts, from 12 to 1. I would appreciate if somebody would come and throw the first ball.
We'd like to have a representative. Thank you.
No? There's you. Okay, so this is a commendation, no limits for deaf children and families. Whereas each year, the City of Culver City Disability Advisory Committee recognizes a local organization for their exceptional contribution to the community by providing quality service for persons with disabilities and their families. And whereas No Limits for Deaf Children and Families' mission is to provide programming and resources that cultivate an environment where deaf children and families have a voice to communicate, connect, and contribute to the world, all at no cost. And whereas No Limits for Deaf Children and Families provides inclusive and comprehensive services by offering programming in areas such as individual therapy, literacy, academics, parent education, theater arts, teen programming, and more. And whereas No Limits for Deaf Children and Families strives to build self-esteem for deaf children and families by providing the highest quality service that will allow them to reach their potential regardless of their economic status. And whereas No Limit for Deaf Children and Families creates equity by fostering values such as believing all children with a hearing loss have the ability to become literate and educated, successful contributors to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Culver City hereby commends No Limits for Deaf Children and Families for its tremendous comprehensive approach towards providing programming and resources for deaf children and their families in Culver City. Dated this 14th day of October, signed by the mayor and the council. So do we have a representative here? Good.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for the City Council. That was just such an honor. It's so great to be here in Culver City and receive the love of the community, and for all of us to fight hard for these children, to give them everything that they deserve. So thank you for this commendation. I can't wait to share it with the kids and families. Thank you. I'll give it to you.
Our next recognition is in honor of Donna Irosi. Did I get it right? All right, we'll go with that. Whereas each year, the City of Culver City's Disability Advisory Committee accepts nominations to recognize an individual who provides outstanding service to community members with disabilities, and whereas Donna Irosi has demonstrated exceptional dedication and expertise in her role as a job coach for teachers and training at Jazz Hands for Autism, and whereas Donna's innovative approach and unwavering commitment to supporting individuals on the autism spectrum has significantly enhanced the quality of education and employment opportunities for adults with disabilities. And whereas Donna's efforts in nurturing and developing soft skills along her comprehensive support and lesson plan development has empowered teachers and trainings to excel in their roles. And whereas Donna's dedication goes beyond job coaching as she actively accompanies those teachers to their on-site jobs at Kanye Eris Center, ensuring a seamless transition and providing continuous support. And whereas Donna's impactful contributions have not only transformed the lives of the teachers in training, but have also enriched educational experiences for the children with disabilities at Kanye Eris Center. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Culver City hereby commends Donna for her outstanding service to community members with disabilities by providing them with high-quality music education in the City of Culver City. Signed this 14th day of October by the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members. Say something.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much to everyone. I was hoping that Ifu, our extraordinary executive director, would be here to witness this. I am here on the heels of everyone else who works with the organization. It's a fantastic organization. We have a concert coming up in November. Please check it out. And we're just really grateful to be recognized. Thank you so much.
Keep us posted on the date. All right. We are now ready to do a proclamation and recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day 2024. If anyone would like to come up, please feel free. Thank you so much, Ms. Rona Tuttle, actually. Whereas the city of Culver City recognizes that the indigenous peoples of the lands that would later have become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial and celebrates the contributions, knowledge, traditions, diverse culture, and vibrant languages of indigenous people. And whereas we have a responsibility to oppose the systemic racism towards indigenous people in the United States, which perpetuates high rates of poverty and income inequality, exacerbates disproportionate health, education, and social stability. And whereas, in an effort to provide a more accurate record of the United States history, representatives from 120 indigenous nations at the First Continental Conference on 500 Years of Indian Resistance unanimously passed a resolution to transform Columbus Day into an occasion to recognize the contributions and plight of Indigenous Americans. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day is an opportunity to reflect upon the ongoing struggles of Indigenous people and acknowledge their resilience and their continued drive to prosper. And whereas on September 23rd, 2024, the City Council formally adopted a land acknowledgement statement to recognize and honor the ancestral land of Indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia, which we inhabit today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims October 14th, today, as Indigenous Peoples Day, encouraging our community to honor the historic sacrifices of Indigenous peoples and their contributions to our beloved city. Dated this 14th day of October 2024, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all council members. Thank you so much. I will hold it.
Can you do me a favor? You hold this and I'll speak. It gets a little complicated. A little higher. Good enough. As an ally of Indigenous people, I thank the city for this proclamation, this beautiful proclamation on Indigenous Peoples Day. My name is Rebecca Rona Tuttle. I am a member of the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, but I am speaking on my behalf alone. As we know, Culver City is the ancestral homeland of thousands of Indigenous people, which we were just hearing about. Although the Indigenous people in this area no longer number in the many thousands, members of this area's original Gabrielino tribes and clans still live locally, continue to honor their cultures, and continue to see themselves as caretakers of the land. I believe it is important that Indigenous people not be invisible. Therefore, I am sharing the names of the 5 tribes and bands who originally inhabited this area and continue to do so. The Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Keech Nation, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California, the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Tongva Nation, and the Gabrielino Tongva Tribe. Thank you so much again.
Okay, last but not least, we have a proclamation for Filipino American History Month, October 2024. If anyone's here, please join us in the well. Yes, hello. Thank you for being here. Hello. How you doing?
Good.
Absolutely. We're honored to be joined by our school board member, Stephanie Laredo, as well as many other esteemed guests. Please, please, join us, join us. All right. Uh-oh. Let's make room for everybody. Let's make room. Okay. All right. Whereas the earliest evidence of Filipinos in the continental United States occurred on October 18th, 1587, when the Spanish galleon Nuestra Señora de la Esperanza, I apologize if I butchered that, arrived on the Chumash land, in which now is Morro Bay in California. And whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society recognizes the year 1763 as the date of the first permanent Filipino settlement in the United States in St. Malo, Louisiana. And whereas Larry Itilang, did I say that okay? Itliang, Larry Itliang, a farm labor organizer, led Filipino farm workers in California to strike in 1965, known as the Delano Grape Strike. And more than 2,000 Filipino farm workers, members of the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, demanded the right to form a union. And later, Cesar Chavez and the National Farm Workers Association joined the Filipinos, merging to form the United Farm Workers Labor Union. And whereas FANHS established Filipino American History Month in 1991 to commemorate the anniversary of the presence of the first Filipinos in the United States and to observe its heritage, but also to recognize the social, intellectual, and economic contributions of Filipinos and Filipino Americans in this country. And in 2024, FANHS incorporates the theme struggle, resistance, solidarity, and resilience, highlighting significant moments in American history where the community faced systemic oppression and violence while standing strong. And whereas both the California State Legislature and the 111th Congress of the United States first recognized Filipino American History Month in 2009, and in 2015, California Assembly Bill 7, authored by then Assembly Member Rob Bonta, requires the governor to annually proclaim October 25th as Larry Itliang Day. Get it right that time? All right, we're learning. Designating the date of his birthday each year as having special significance. And in 2021, Larry Itliang was inducted to the California Hall of Fame by Governor Gavin Newsom. And whereas Filipino Americans are the third largest Asian American group in the nation, and the Los Angeles metropolitan area is home to the largest group of Filipino descendants outside of the Philippines. And in 2023, Culver City, Capua, was created for Filipino Americans and their families who work, live, and play in the city to connect and build community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaim October 2024 as Filipino American History Month and calls upon our community to celebrate the great diversity of our people. Dated this 14th day of October, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all council members.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council and City staff. I am your school board member, Stephanie Loretto. I'm the first Filipino elected to the West Side citywide office. And this, thank you. And this is Culver City Kapwa. As you just heard, this organization is created to connect Filipino Americans and their families who live, work, and play in Culver City. We just had our second annual Filipino American History Month potluck on Saturday, where we had almost 100 guests. I'm so grateful for the organizers here for helping to further our mission to connect each other, sustain our history, and uplift our people. Our community includes leaders, global and national cultural ambassadors, and business leaders in Culver City. Alvin Katakutan here and his daughter operate Pamanakali, providing Filipino martial arts instruction in multiple Southern California locations, including inside the Veterans Memorial Building here in Culver City. In 2025, they plan to open a brick and mortar, which will serve as a martial arts school and Filipino American Cultural Center here in Culver City. Tomorrow is the grand opening of Mestizo at 3308 Helms. Gabe Gonzalez and his partner Robert Colasso, I'm sorry if if I said that wrong, brings modern Filipina-inspired fashion to everyone, and we're glad to welcome this third Filipino-American-owned business to the Arts District, joining Laid Cookies and I Ate Sushi. I want to thank you again for this opportunity. You can find more information about Culver City Kapwa at culvercityapwa.com. We welcome all to learn more about us and let others know about the organization. Thank you so much, Mayor. Yes. Like we like each other.
May everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay. I am now going to read our oral land acknowledgement. We will have a more comprehensive version of our land acknowledgement shortly posted somewhere, if it is not already posted.
It is already posted.
Wonderful.
It is in that corner right there. We're all, right next to the AFib. Right there.
Wonderful.
While the police officers are standing.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk and staff, for ensuring that that was up in time for tonight's meeting. All right. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land that we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous people in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. This statement was prepared by the City of Culver City's Equity and Human Relations Committee, and it was adopted by this council at the September 23rd, 2024 meeting. Thank you. All right. There was no report to be shared for action taken in closed session. We're going to move now to community announcements by colleagues and later by staff. We'll start with Councilmember Bear.
Nothing from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would like to highlight, most of you know we have a vendor museum here in town who deals with the Cold War. And they just opened a new exhibition over the weekend here. It's exhibition, its name is Counter Surveillance Control Privacy Agency. And it presents a historical and currently evolving aspect of surveillance and counter surveillance. Very interesting. And it also has an art component in this that ties into the Soviet Union and sort of dissident or underground art there. So anyone that has any interest in history or any interest in surveillance, it's a fascinating exhibit. So I recommend you vendor museum. It's free to go. So just, take your family and go there.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. On October 6th, I attended the Abilities Carnival at the Culver City Senior Center. Thanks to all the staff and the volunteers who made that event happen. It was very well attended and everyone was having a blast. It was a great event and another step in making our city more inclusive. Also attended the Art Walk and Roll on October 5th. It was a full day of great art, great music, and good times with neighbors. So shout out to the Culver City Arts District and the Arts District Residents Association and all the volunteers for all of their great work on that event. On October 11th, it was National Coming Out Day. For those in the LGBTQ plus community who came out that day or continually come out, it marks a day of authenticity and a way to honor the journey of self-discovery and freedom to be yourself. Last but not least, on October 19th will be Spooky Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. It will be the last of the Love Local event of the year. And it will be on West Washington Boulevard between Centinela Avenue and Wade Street. So it will be a family-friendly event. There'll be games, trick-or-treating, and much more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I also attended the art walk in the Arts District. It was fantastic, incredible energy. I don't know how many people showed up, but the street was packed. It was a great community event. Lots of things for kids and adults to do, arts focused and crafts. And I spoke with several of the business owners, Parks Project in particular. They said it was their biggest day of traffic that they've seen since they've moved here. I encourage everyone to check out that business. I also want to echo Spooky Saturday on October 19th and also on October 19th in the Arts District. I don't have the time. Maybe staff can follow up, or Elaine, if you're in the room or online. There is a Arts District Medians Creative Idea Session. The medians down Washington Boulevard in the Arts District are going to be given a little refresh, and they're looking for the business community and the neighborhood to give some input. That's going to take place at 8540 Washington. That's near Fay Avenue there, and hopefully someone will be able to chime in on the time. I couldn't find that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have three hopefully quick ones. Let me move up a little here. Sometimes people say they can't hear me. Hopefully I'm coming in all right. I want to elevate that in addition to all of the wide breadth of awareness and memorials that this month encompasses. I wanted to lift up the fact that it is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. As a survivor myself, I always just like to just lift up that it is something that occurs far too often. If someone that you know needs support or services, there is an LA County domestic violence hotline number. There's so many different forms of domestic violence. It doesn't just have to be physical. So just for bringing up awareness and ending stigma, that number is 800-978-3600. So lifting that up and spreading awareness in addition for the month of October. So near and dear to my heart, World Mental Health Day was last week on October 10th. And this year, the global campaign was focused on it's time to prioritize mental health in the workplace. It's mental health is something that, again, is more common than is often talked about. So again, reducing stigma and ensuring that folks know that resources are available. I wanted to just give a little plug to our mobile crisis team, which launched earlier this year. You can reach out to them. They operate Monday through Friday from 10 to 6. You can reach out to them to request a field response or a consultation if you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, and their number is 310-253-5770. I also just want to give a little thank you over to staff for a really successful PRCS Abilities Fair, everyone who had a hand in the Art Walk and Roll. And if folks don't already know about the Sunday Jazz Nights that are happening at the Kirk Douglas Theater, to just check it out. They might be full, but just in case they're not, if you haven't already grabbed tickets, they're every Sunday in October. So just want to thank staff for all the hard work that's going to engage our neighbors. Are there any other updates from staff?
We have two updates from staff. First, we have Police Chief Sims, who's here to introduce some new officers.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Sims, and I'm honored to be the chief of our Culver City Police Department. I'm here tonight to introduce our newest police officers who recently graduated from the Police Academy. So starting to my left here, Officer Brian Reyes. Officer Reyes was born in Linwood, California. He graduated from Linwood High School in 2017 and then attended Harding University, where he played football and completed his bachelor's degree in medical humanities and kinesiology in 2021 before being hired by the Culver City Police Department. Officer Paul Kleinfinger. Officer Kleinfinger was born and raised in Los Angeles and attended Moore Park College, where he earned his associate's degree in administration of justice. He then attended San Diego State University and earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Paul has a strong connection to Culver City, as he has several extended family members who work for the city. Officer Alejandro Ramirez. Officer Ramirez was born in Los Angeles and attended Los Angeles Trade Tech College. Alejandro also worked full-time as a community service officer for the University of Southern California Department of Public Safety for over 5 years before we hired him as a police officer. Officer Jonathan Barco. Officer Barco was raised in Long Beach. He attended Cal State Dominguez Hills and received his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Officer Barco continued his education at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, where he earned his master's degree. Jonathan also has worked for the Culver City Police Department for over 7 years in various roles, such as parking officer. He was our interim parking supervisor and as an automated enforcement analyst. Officer Dante Sagrero. Officer Sagrero was raised in Downey. His law enforcement career began with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, where he worked as a volunteer in patrol. Officer Sagrero received his associate degree from Cerritos College and later obtained his bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Cal State University, East Bay. Officer Michael Rodriguez. Michael was raised in El Monte and graduated from Rosemead High School, and he worked in the West Los Angeles area for many years before being hired by the Culver City Police Department. All of these officers have dedicated themselves to our core values at the Culver City Police Department: professionalism, progressive policing practices, and partnerships with our community. And it's my honor to introduce them to you tonight. Please help me in welcoming our newest police officers to our Culver City family. Thank you, Gentlemen, thank you. I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that I'm wearing pink patches this evening. Culver City Police Department participates in the Pink Patch Project, and for the month of October, many of our employees wear pink patches and pink pins to again participate in the Pink Patch initiative that began in 2013 and was started by the Los Angeles County Police Chiefs Association and has now spread across the country. This initiative has raised over $6 million for breast cancer research during this time. Thank you. Anyone who's interested in more information on the Pink Patch Project, please visit our website, culvercitypd.org, where you can also donate. Thank you.
And the second is from me, because Birdie is back. There. A quick update on all of the election information you might need. We've got some key dates for the election. October 7th is when the vote-by-mail ballots were mailed, so you all should be receiving them. And if not, give us a call and we can help you get to the right people to find out where that is. LA County provides the vote-by-mail ballots. And early voting, if you happen to be in Norwalk for any reason at the LA County offices, you can go in and vote. The next important date is October 21st. That's the online voter registration day. However, once our vote centers open on October 26th, which is Saturday, there's same-day registration available. And I wanted to let you know that we have a vote center right here at City Hall in the Patachi Room. And then October 29th is the last day that you can request replacement vote-by-mail ballots. That's 6 days before an election. And then there are 4-day vote centers open. And then November 5th is Election Day. We have a lot of information that's available on the lavote.gov website. They have how to vote by mail and options to vote. They have information on drop-off box locations. We have several in Culver City, and it's very easy. You can just, let's see if I can do it. Come on. You go to the website, and they've got all the information you need. And then if you do, where's the vote center? Vote centers. Ballot drop box. This is what the ballot drop box looks like. And you can just find a ballot drop box by zooming in, or you can actually put your address in here. And we'll put in the city's address. And you'll get all of the locations right here. So we have some at Baldwin Hills Recreation Center. We have them Mid-City. So anywhere you go, you can find out where one is. I believe we have one in La Brea. Here's Baldwin Village. So this is a very, very handy tool. You can basically go into lavote.gov and you can plan to vote. You can get your ballot so you can decide where you're going to vote. Before you even, either fill out your your vote by mail ballot, or before you go into one of the vote centers. So please go to our website, culvercity.org/vote, and we have all of this information for you. Thank you.
We'll move now to presentations. And P1.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I hear an echo. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Brenda Caloca. I am with the California Department of Insurance, Community Relations, and Outreach Branch, under the direction, of course, of Commissioner Ricardo Lara. His role, as you know, is to regulate the insurance industry, set standards for agents and brokers, and ensure insurance solvency. Our main priority is consumer protection. And today, I'm going to kind of go over with a few of what his sustainable insurance strategy initiative consists of. As it relates to any issues, I want to make sure that everybody's aware that our office is here if anybody ever has issues with renters, car insurance, homeowners insurance, any of those, we can definitely help, and I'll have all the information listed. So we'll begin right here looking at our insurance market, right? Today, what we are, labor and materials. Not to mention the growing risk of insurance companies contracting to protect solvency and meet the financial obligations and regulatory mandates. You can go to the next slide. Now, currently in the property insurance market, we want to really kind of lay out the land here. There are about 115 companies that actually insure statewide in California. Out of those 115 companies, we have about 12 companies that actually insure 85% of the entire state. That's a huge market that they only cover. And out of those 12, we've seen 7 of them go either pause or restrict new businesses in this past year. And we can go to the next slide on that. That is causing people to go to what we know as the California Fair Plan, which has become now the only option instead of the last resort of insurance as it was originally intended. It is important to note that insurance companies will not write in high-risk areas unless they can cover 100% of consumer claims and earn a fair rate of return. Go to the next slide. There we go. Now, part of the initiative is, we go to the next, no, the other way. So it's the Safer from Wildfires, and that's part of the next one. Next, one more. There we go. Safer from Wildfires, it's part of the initiative. It was designed and created by an interagency partnership between the Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara, and the Emergency Response and Readiness Agencies in Governor Newsom's administration. It sets its community-wide mitigation standards, and it rewards consumers and businesses for property hardening with first-in-the-nation mandatory discounts. You can find more details on our website. I also brought some flyers with that information. I did set them out in the back if you desire. And I made special booklets for you guys. So that will really help you know what it will entail to mitigate your home to be able to qualify for those discounts. Now, if we go to the next slide, we'll notice that since August, the California Fair Plan has already begun offering those insurance discounts for those homes that are hardening. It has also now offering a $20 million coverage per location for commercial policies. This is what the initiative has done so far. Also, if you are now able to obtain what we call a risk score. And that's through this regulation. And a risk score really is what insurance companies use to determine the rate that they'll be charging. Now, it used to be where you couldn't obtain that because it was considered and classified as proprietary information. Now, with this initiative, as a consumer, you are now able to request that from your insurance company, allowing you to, one, either mitigate the risk or also go through an appeal process. So that's what that would help you do. Next, what it'll do is it'll help introduce what we call a risk management tool, such as catastrophe modeling, which integrates a net cost of reinsurance. It also requires companies to write no less than 85% of the policies of the home businesses in distressed areas that are identified by the insurance commissioner. It will also help protect Californians from paying other global catastrophic disasters elsewhere. And as I mentioned, it will also help strengthen the FAIR Plan. There's other initiatives which I can go on in details, but due to the limited time, that's what I have in terms of what this mitigation will do. The next slide is our contact information. If anyone needs help with either submitting a complaint, reporting fraud, scam, or simply trying to understand your policies, you could go onto our website and file the complaint there or ask the general questions through our consumer hotline or a live chat. And there will be a specialist that would be able to answer those questions. And we're also available to partner up, to do community forums. We've done that with different entities. So that pretty much concludes my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, any questions? Hopefully, if there are opportunities to partner in the future with any, community, whether it's Fiesta La Bayona or, I don't know, just any large community gathering, because I know this is something that comes up for residents and community members, so hopefully we'll have an opportunity to partner in the future. But thank you so much for your time and this wonderful presentation.
No problem. My contact is in the folders.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, looks like we're ready for P2.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. My name is Andrew Belante, and I'm the captain that oversees the department's patrol bureau. We are here conducting this presentation based on a request made at the August 12th council meeting. During that meeting, Mayor McMorrin requested to agendize an examination of the areas of the city where the highest frequency of calls are coming from, the hot spots where crime is occurring, an analyzation of data collected in our quarterly reports, and a plan of action to address where calls for service and crime are occurring. I'm excited to present an analysis of the police department's mid-year calls for service, crime trends, as well as some of the strategies the Culver City Police Department has implemented to reduce crime and enhance public safety. I would like to take a moment to thank crime analyst Monica Alvarez for gathering, preparing, and providing me with a voluminous amount of data necessary to make this presentation possible. Over the past several years, Culver City has seen substantial expansion and growth throughout the city, and it is estimated that the daytime population exceeds 300,000 people. Culver City is adjacent to several state highways, including the 405, 90, and 10 freeways, and has several major thoroughfares such as Venice, Washington, Culver, and Jefferson Boulevards, as well as Slauson Avenue, which are utilized daily by tens of thousands of commuters. Large corporations, which employ tens of thousands of employees, such as Amazon, Apple, TikTok, Sony, and Symantec, have all established large-scale operations in the city. Additionally, within the 5 square miles of Culver City, there are many large retail shopping centers across the city, including the downtown district, the Platform, and the Westfield Mall, which attract a high volume of shoppers, as well as West LA College, which is home to nearly 10,000 students. To keep the large volume of people that reside in, work in, travel through, and visit Culver City safe, it is imperative that the police department continually monitor and analyze data associated with our calls for service to identify when crimes are occurring, what types of crimes are most prevalent, and how we can effectively respond to them. By analyzing data from these calls, we can make informed decisions on proper resource allocation and effective patrol strategies to maximize department efficiency and effectiveness. Our goal is to enhance public safety by not only addressing crime as it happens, but by preventing it before it occurs. This means working closely with our community partners, utilizing technology, and implementing crime prevention programs with community groups. By understanding the relationship between calls for service and crime trends, we can develop effective, data-driven strategies that make our communities safer for everyone. We will now review the mid-year statistics for 2024 and explore how we can continue to enhance our efforts in crime reduction. Next slide, please. During the first 6 months of the year, the Culver City Police Department handled a total of 23,431 radio calls for service. The chart on the slide with the areas depicted in yellow and red highlight regions in the city with the highest call volumes. Notably, the areas with the most calls for service include the area of downtown, the vicinity of Fox Hills, the region around Sepulveda Boulevard and Jefferson North, and the Sepulveda corridor between Venice Boulevard and Lucerne Avenue. Across the city, the peak call volume occurred between the hours of noon and 10 p.m., which accounted for approximately 2/3 of the department's total calls for service. Next slide, please. In the first 6 months of 2024, the Culver City Police Department recorded a total of 1,144 property crimes, including theft, motor vehicle theft, and burglary. I'm proud to report that the overall property crime has decreased by over 9% compared to the same period last year. Next slide, please. The chart on the slide highlights areas in the city with the highest levels of theft. By mid-year, 900 theft incidents were reported, accounting for 78% of all property crimes. Most of these thefts were shoplifting incidents at the Westfield Shopping Center and other large retail centers such as Studio Village and Culver Center, as depicted on the map. Overall, theft is down 9.4% through the first half of the year. Next slide, please. In the first half of this year, there have been 104 incidents of motor vehicle theft, reflecting a 19.4% reduction from last year. The areas with the highest concentrations of vehicle thefts include the parking lot of the Westfield Shopping Center, the residential area north of Washington Boulevard between Sepulveda and Overland, and the residential area south of Culver Boulevard between Braddock and Overland Avenue. Next slide, please. Burglaries have remained steady compared to last year, with 129 reported incidents throughout the mid-year. This includes commercial, residential, and vehicular burglaries. The Washington corridor between Higuera and La Cienega Boulevards has had the highest rate of business burglaries, while the Sunkist Park area has seen the most residential burglaries, with 7 reported incidents. Regarding vehicle break-ins, the highest concentrations have been in the parking lot of the Westfield Shopping Center and vehicles that park along Jefferson Boulevard at the Baldwin Hills Scenic Outlook. Next slide, please. It should be noted that through the first 6 months of the year, our detectives have worked diligently in investigating our property crimes, and their efforts has resulted in an approximate 28% case clearance rate for property-related crimes, which is significantly higher than the national average of 17%. Next slide, please. We are now going to cover violent crime. For the first 6 months of this year, there have been a total of 248 violent crimes reported to the Culver City Police Department. The violent crimes reported to CCPD have consisted of simple assaults, aggravated assaults, and robberies. I am proud to report that the overall violent crime has decreased by approximately 7% compared to the same period last year. Notably, there have been 0 homicides so far this year. Next slide, please. Simple assaults have decreased by 3%, and the areas with the highest rates have been in the downtown vicinity near Brotman Hospital, the Washington corridor between Delray Avenue and Centinela, and the areas around the Westfield Shopping Center. Next slide, please. Through the first 6 months of 2024, there have been 54 incidents of aggravated assaults, which is a 17% reduction compared to last year. The highest concentrations of aggravated assaults have occurred in the areas of Studio Village, Venice and Sepulveda Boulevards, and the area of Sepulveda Boulevard and Jefferson Boulevard South. Next slide, please. There have been 56 reported robberies through the first half of 2024, a 7% reduction from last year. The areas with the highest rates of robbery include the vicinity of the Westfield Shopping Center, the Sepulveda corridor between Culver and Lucerne, and the Jefferson corridor between Sepulveda and Overland. Next slide, please. In regard to violent crime, it is important to highlight that our detectives have been working diligently to solve them, achieving an impressive clearance rate of 70%, which far exceeds the national average of 45%. Next slide, please. The Culver City Police Department deploys a 5-district patrol plan, as shown on the map, primarily to ensure rapid response times and to provide balanced and equitable police services across the city. I am proud to share that CCPD boasts one of the fastest response times in Los Angeles County, with an average of 3 minutes and 40 seconds for emergencies and just under 10 minutes for non-emergencies during the first half of the year. In June of last year, the department faced an approximate 13% vacancy rate for sworn staff due to injuries, retirements, and open positions. To address the department's staffing issues, a recruitment team was implemented and has been instrumental in the hiring and filling of 17 vacant police officer positions since June of last year. With the hiring of 17 police officers, we were able to increase our patrol staffing, enabling us to deploy at least one patrol unit to each of the 5 districts to provide higher police coverage across the city, reducing the distance and time it takes for our officers to respond to calls for service. Additionally, with the hiring of 17 police officers has allowed us to provide additional patrol staffing between the hours of noon and 1:30 a.m. when call volume is the highest, as well as increase the number of officers assigned to our bike team, which has also enhanced response times. A few recent examples highlighting response time include, on January 28th, officers received a radio call of a burglary in progress in the 5700 block of Uplander Way. Officers arrived on scene within minutes and encountered 2 suspects inside the business. After a 9-hour standoff, 2 suspects, including one who was armed with a handgun, were safely taken into custody. On April 23rd at 4 p.m., officers received a radio call of a stabbing that occurred at Media Park. Despite heavy commuter traffic, officers arrived on scene within 3 minutes, located a victim with several stab wounds, and administered medical treatment. CCFD commended the officers and stated that their rapid response and life-saving efforts saved the victim's life. On May 5th, officers responded to a call of a stabbing in the 6000 block of Sepulveda Boulevard. Officers arrived on scene in less than 1 minute and located a victim who sustained numerous stab wounds. Officers immediately administered life-saving efforts on the victim and gained information that the suspect had fled the area on foot. A perimeter was quickly established, and the suspect was found hiding in nearby bushes and placed under arrest for attempted murder. On June 26, officers received a radio call of a burglary alarm to a business in the 12,200 block of Washington Boulevard. Officers arrived on scene within minutes and observed that the business had been broken into. A suspect who was armed with a handgun attempted to flee the location. However, he was arrested without incident. Next slide, please. In addition to ensuring rapid response times, the 5-district plan is designed to maintain high-visibility patrols that prevent and deter crime. Our patrol officers routinely patrol residential and business areas, as well as parks and schools within their assigned districts. These proactive efforts, along with additional patrol staffing, have been instrumental in preventing crimes before they occur, contributing to a safer community. A few recent examples include, on January 3rd, officers were alerted to an automated license plate reader notification of a stolen vehicle in the area of downtown Culver City. Officers located the vehicle, and 2 suspects wearing ski masks fled on foot and were ultimately apprehended. Inside of the vehicle was a loaded handgun, as well as numerous devices commonly used to steal vehicles. On May 2nd, officers conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle in the 5900 block of Washington Boulevard. Inside of the vehicle, latex gloves, ski masks, and tools commonly used to commit catalytic converter thefts were recovered. 5 suspects were placed under arrest for conspiracy to commit grand theft. On August 19th, officers were patrolling the rear of a business along the 4000 block of Sepulveda Boulevard. While conducting their patrol, they observed a suspect actively attempting to break into the rear of a local business. The suspect was ultimately arrested for commercial burglary. I think it is also important to note that in 2024, CCPD has successfully recovered 40 illegally possessed firearms, including numerous ghost guns and several assault rifles. By removing these dangerous weapons from circulation, our officers have prevented their potential use in violent crimes such as robberies, assaults, and homicides. Next slide, please. In November of last year, CCPD launched its automated license plate reader program, deploying 52 ALPR cameras across the city's 5 patrol districts. Given that crime is regional and over 90% of suspects arrested for crimes in Culver City are not Culver City residents, these cameras were strategically placed along major entry and exit points as depicted on the map on the slide. This strategic placement allows us to quickly identify and locate stolen and wanted vehicles that enter the city, helping to prevent and deter crime. Since the implementation of ALPRs, over 100 suspects have been arrested for driving stolen cars. In many of these arrests, stolen property, narcotics, identity theft material, and loaded firearms were recovered. Additionally, ALPRs have led to the apprehension of approximately 25 suspects who have driven vehicles into Culver City that were wanted in connection with violent crimes such as murder, armed robbery, and carjacking. Additionally, ALPR cameras provide valuable investigative leads to our detectives by identifying vehicles involved in crimes committed within Culver City. ALPR cameras have provided CCPD detectives with over 20 investigative leads, resulting in the identification and apprehension of suspects responsible for committing crimes in Culver City, including robberies, assaults with deadly weapons, burglaries, hit and runs, and organized retail theft. The department's ALPR program has played a pivotal role in achieving the department's goals of preventing, deterring, and solving crime. Next slide, please. Employing a 5-district plan also enhances community policing efforts by allowing officers to become more familiar with the neighborhoods they serve. When officers are assigned to specific districts, they build stronger connections with residents, resulting in community members seeing officers as approachable and invested in their area. The police department has made significant strides in building trust and legitimacy with the community, which is reflected in the fact that 80% of CCPD's arrests are generated through calls for service. This high percentage really highlights the effectiveness of the department's community-focused approach, where residents feel comfortable reporting crimes and suspicious activities, knowing their concerns will be taken seriously. This trust has been fostered through consistent engagement with the community, including regular community meetings, neighborhood watch programs, and active participation in community events. In a recent example of successful collaboration with the community, 3 residents in the Lindbergh Park area fell victim to residential burglaries committed by the same suspect. The police department quickly partnered with the Lindbergh Park Community Group and gathered video surveillance from over 10 local residents. The footage provided crucial images of the suspect, leading to his identification and arrest within 48 hours of the crimes being committed. Next slide, please. In conclusion, CCPD's 5-district patrol plan represents the department's commitment to enhancing public safety and fostering stronger community connections. By strategically deploying resources and leveraging data-driven insights, our approach ensures that each district within our community receives the tailored attention necessary to provide the highest level of service. Thank you for listening to the presentation, and Chief Sims and I are now available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to pause here and see if there were any questions from the public also. I apologize, I didn't ask for the last presentation. And then I'll go around to colleagues because I know I have questions. None? Okay, Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Chief and Captain, for the report. Really illuminating in terms of the response time that we have. And in case clearance, I was sort of taken aback by the 70% case clearance on our violent crimes as opposed to what the 45% national average. I mean, it's a testament to the manpower that we have and the detectives we have working these cases. How, in your opinion, and also on the ALPRs, I remember reading in the log, wasn't there a murder suspect just recently captured with ALPRs?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Vera. Yes, since we've implemented our ALPR program, we've actually apprehended 3 different suspects wanted in connection with murder investigations from other agencies.
So, unfortunately, it didn't pass unanimously by this council, but in your opinion, has it been really an effective tool in terms of maybe curbing crime and/or catching and solving some crimes that have been committed both in the city and outside the city?
Absolutely, Councilmember Vera. As was described by Captain Belante, not only are the automated license plate readers incredibly effective in assisting our investigators in developing leads that ultimately oftentimes lead to the arrest of a suspect, but in one of the examples that Captain Belante described during his presentation, I think the automated license plate readers are also incredibly effective in helping to prevent crime before it occurs. He described a situation wherein we had two individuals wearing ski masks with a loaded firearm driving through our downtown area. I have no doubt that those individuals were looking to commit a robbery or worse in our Culver City downtown area, and that their efforts were thwarted by the automated license plate reader technology. As they were driving a stolen car, our officers were alerted to that fact, and they were able to apprehend the suspects before they committed whatever crime they were looking to commit.
Right. So these are more or less suspects from outside the city coming into the city to commit crime potentially and or worse, right?
Absolutely, and we know that most, well, 70% or more of crime that is committed by people who are driving cars. So yeah, they're coming from outside the city to commit these crimes.
Is there any numbers in terms of like crimes committed within the city by residents or outside residents of the city?
Yes, we do keep that statistic, and year-to-date, 92% of our arrestees are non-Culver City residents.
Okay. It sounds like the key portion of all of this is really adequate staffing, and without the staffing, the response time goes up or down, or however you guys want to. The longer response time, maybe not as good case clearance and whatnot. So it's really all contingent upon staffing, correct?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. Absolutely, I believe that there is a direct correlation. I mean, we as described in the presentation, we were able to fill 17 sworn police officer vacancies over the last year, and during that same time period, we saw a reduction almost across the board in crime and an increase in clearance rates. And I think that you know, there's no, it's not a coincidence that those numbers are kind of connected.
Right. And then we, our set team, is that fully implemented again? We're doing well with that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. So our set team is what most people would think of as our bike team. We call it our special enforcement team, and they work like a swing shift during the busiest hours that were described by Captain Belante, like a 12 to 1 a.m. type shift. They actually work 4 days a week, so they work 10-hour shifts. And they focus on our high-trafficked areas, downtown, our Westfield Mall. They patrol the La Bayona Creek to keep that safe for bicyclists and folks who frequent the creek. And they are a really versatile team that help us to keep our response time down because they can respond to crimes oftentimes faster than cars because of the traffic dynamics here in Culver City, while also helping to augment our patrol force when needed to and address crime trends that are occurring in different neighborhoods and so forth. And we really like the model of having a bike team that also rides through our neighborhoods, is a much more approachable kind of setup for the community and for the police department. So we've really found it to be a very successful program. We relaunched it after a little bit of a hiatus in 2023, and then expanded it earlier this year to 5 members, 6 total members, correct? Thank you.
All right. And a couple more questions and I'm done. I remember a while back ago, we had sort of a community policing model where we had officers that were assigned to various neighborhoods and getting out, you know, that sort of the bike walk and talk sort of model where, you know, community officers get engaged with the community members, especially like residents or neighborhood watch sort of. Are we doing that again, you know, and sort of, you know, see something, say something, and education pieces?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. We are doing that. to answer your question, those duties are being handled by our set team, as I just described, who are, you can often see downtown, again, in our business districts, kind of our high foot traffic areas, and then by our partnership and policing team, which is a team that we launched a couple of years ago that works directly with our community and our community groups to focus on neighborhood issues, to again work together in the true spirit of community policing to address crime and other quality of life issues that may be occurring in a neighborhood. We take a kind of a customized approach, if you will, to each issue that's occurring. An officer will contact somebody. If we need to get other departments involved, we will do that to best address the neighborhood issues that are occurring throughout Culver City.
Okay. And we used to have, I don't know if it was run by the reserves or whatnot, a team going out and specifically helping the elderly in terms of, security of their housing or checking things out around that. Are we doing that, or is that something that we could maybe potentially look at bringing back to help the elderly members of our community?
Great question. Yes, our PIP team does we try to do quarterly meetings at the senior center. I think we have one lined up in the next month or so. And we go to those meetings, provide senior safety tips. We do connect with our residents as well. That's oftentimes done by our set team to provide them with any guidance or help or service that they may need and connect them with city resources.
Okay.
And just to add to that, if I could, please, Councilmember Vera, we recently actually sent a couple members of our partnership and policing team to a security through environmental design course, which gives them specialized training in terms of how business owners and residents can design their homes, whether it be through, not just through security cameras, but it could be through, vegetation in certain areas and so forth, to promote public safety.
Okay. Well, thank you guys, for addressing our hot spots. And it seems like I said, staffing is really the key to all of this and really targeting these areas that have been impacted the most by crime. I really appreciate the attention to detail and really the decrease in crimes and in those areas. One last question. The ALPRs, I don't know if I asked before or not, how many guns do you think through the ALPR system we have taken off the street? I know there was, you said 40 guns, but was that through ALPR or all total?
So it's kind of a mixed bag, but regarding ALPRs, the last time I checked, it was about 6 guns were recovered from automated license plate reader hits of a stolen or wanted vehicle. We conducted a traffic stop, and a loaded firearm was recovered as a result of that notification.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, thank you. I think my colleague really covered, well, he did cover all the questions I already had made notes of. So I also want to say thank you and see the importance of keeping the staff level at sort of the approved level. And we saw 6 new officers here. So I appreciate that you are working hard on keeping that level sort of at the maximum. So, and I think that I share your opinion that that is really important because we saw what happened when we were down quite a lot of officers a couple of years back. So thank you for successful recruiting and thank you, Councilmember Vera, for covering a lot of bases.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Kuza.
Great. Thank you for the report. Thanks, Chief Sims and Captain Belante and Monica Alvarez for putting the report together. A lot of the information is in the transparency report, which I do read. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, all the questions I had were answered. One did come up. I doubt you have it with you, but you mentioned we're one of the highest response times in the county, maybe. I'd be curious to see that ranking list.
So just to look at some local agencies' response times, Santa Monica last year, their emergency response time was just over 4.5 minutes, and their non-emergency response time was about 30 minutes. LAPD, their emergency response time is just over 7 minutes. So that kind of gives a comparison of our response times to some of our local jurisdictions.
Great, thank you. And yeah, it's just really impressive, the improvement on our crime stats, both in the reduction of crime and also in the clearance rates. Really important. I appreciate the effort that you put into community policing. I think it's really critical. I read data in the Parks General Plan that I think it's like 25% of our residents have lived here less than 5 years. So it's important, obviously, to keep those efforts ongoing to establish those relationships, and I know that you will. And I'm glad that you're staffed up. It shows that, it appears that there's correlation, and I look forward to continued improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much for this presentation. This is probably one of the quickest requests that I've made to come back, so I appreciate your team, Chief and Captain, and Ms. Alvarez for your work. Really appreciate that. Will this report that was shared today be made public and on the CCPD page?
Yes, Mayor, we will make sure that that happens.
Thank you so much. So I just have like a little list of questions, but what I mainly kind of want to preface my questions with is that I really hope, while this was really wonderful and very glad to receive information from 2024, I was really interested sort of more of a sort of looking at maybe like the past 5 years of like where the trends are in Culver City, because I think nationally, I think the Pew Research kind of alludes to kind of crime being down kind of generally, but I'm really interested in Culver City, how our crime trends have been going over maybe the past 5 years. I don't want it to be overly burdensome, and it's okay if it doesn't come back within 2 months. This was a super quick turnaround. Like I said, I've never experienced a quick turnaround like this for an agendized item. So again, really appreciate the hard work. So it would be helpful for me to kind of understand like the clearance rate this year versus last year or over the past 5 years, comparing that to some of the staffing from the department, when it was lower, when it was higher, so we could kind of look and interpret how things are going. I did really appreciate the list of sort of the neighborhoods where the highest calls were, but I did notice that there wasn't a numeric number next to those neighborhoods. Was there a reason for that?
It was a voluminous amount of call data, so we weren't able to break it down by each neighborhood.
Got it. Appreciate that. Is that something that we might be able to do looking forward? I understand not being able to go back, but maybe something we can consider looking forward to kind of just keep a track on. But
We
if
could
it's
take a
not, I
look.
don't know if it's helpful for you all. I'd be curious to see it.
Sure, we could take a look at whether or not that's possible, Mayor.
I really appreciate that. I know, and I've definitely heard you, Chief, and others from your team reference the 90% of folks not being residents. Is that something that's evaluated each year with the data?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's actually reported in our transparency report
Quarterly
that's on our
reports.
website. Yeah,
Thank you. So every year it trends about that.
that's correct, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I also, Captain Belanti, you mentioned the community is feeling more approachable. How does our department evaluate that metric?
Well, I think over the last 4 years, we've put a very sharp focus on community policing. We recently hired a public information officer who's extremely experienced. And if you follow us on social media, I mean, we're doing anywhere between 3 to 5 events a month. And we're constantly going around doing business meetings with the business community, the residential communities, the senior center. So we're out there really trying to get involved with the community as possible. I think a reflective stat of gaining trust and legitimacy with the community, it's reflective in the fact that 80% of our arrests are generated from calls for service. So as I previously stated, the community feels more comfortable calling us. They know that we're going to respond, and we're going to respond quick. One of the mottos that we preach in the community meetings is see something, say something, and we're also a no call too small agency. And I think that really has gone a long way, and members of the community do feel comfortable calling us, hence why 80% of our arrests are associated with calls for service.
Appreciate that. Do we collect demographic material, information about who makes the calls?
We do not, Mayor.
No. Thank you for that. When was the 5-district plan developed?
So that plan was developed approximately 3 or so years ago, maybe 4 years ago, just in response to the continual growth of Culver City. When I first began my career here at the Culver City Police Department, we had a 3 and 4 district plan. So we had a daytime plan of 4 districts because there's more traffic, and the more districts there are, theoretically, the quicker that the officers in each district will be able to respond to calls for service, and then a nighttime plan of 3 districts typically. As we have continued to assess kind of our response time and patrol, best way to patrol the city, we then moved to a 5-district plan again about 4 or 5 years ago, which we found to certainly be more effective in keeping our response time down, which is a critical measurement of how successful we are as a police department, and it has been since I began my career at the Culver City Police Department. I think the residents of Culver City deserve and expect a quick response when they are experiencing an emergency and calling 911. And so we really place a high priority on that response time, which is why we moved to that 5-district plan.
Thank you. And you mentioned, or in the report, it was about over 23,000 calls so far. Was that for the year?
That is mid-year, Mayor, so we average approximately 45 to 50,000 calls for service a year.
And those calls, are they all, because I noticed council members get a morning and afternoon email of sort of what happens, and sometimes it'll be, whether the call was canceled or no one was found, or sort of like, how do we evaluate, and maybe I'm not saying the right, but someone made a call, officers went, they didn't find anything or didn't see anything. So how do we kind of evaluate, the calls? Or is it just a call is a call and we record it, and, I'm just trying to understand like how their calls are classified.
Yeah, I think I understand your question, Mayor. So I think you're talking about a few different things. So when I say 45 to 50,000 calls for service, that's every type of call that we receive as a police department. 911 call, non-emergency call, call to the watch commander, call to the front desk, every type of an ALPR hit, which is a call for service now. And so again, there's about 45 to 50,000 of those a year. What you and the rest of our council are sent is our watch commander's report. We have 2 watch commanders that work every day. They split the day in half, essentially. One watch commander works 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and the other 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And each completes a watch commander's report, which is essentially the highlights of the day. So what you see, there's other information in those reports, but what you're, I think, referring to are the calls that are outlined in those reports, and those are just the highlights of that shift. There are many more calls that we receive during that 12-hour shift, and the watch commander is using their best judgment to determine what would be of interest to the command staff, and by extension, what I send you this every day, the city council. And so again, those are just highlights.
So just to follow up on that, and thank you for explaining and breaking that down, is there like X amount of calls for, I don't know, suspicious person, or X amount of calls for loud music, or X amount of calls for nuisance? Like, do we track the type of call? I saw that there were some statistics for robberies and aggravated assaults and attempted robberies and all those things, and we appreciate that. But does the data kind of look to any of those other type of calls that we might receive out of the 50,000 or so that we on average get, or is it kind of just we zero in on the data that was shared today?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. Again, it just depends. Of course, every call type is tracked. And so when we get a call that comes into our dispatch center, for example, it's classified as a type of call. And we're able to then, go back if we had to and research, well, how many calls of this type have we had this year? How many calls of that type, and so forth. And so, absolutely, we are able to, very easily determine how many robbery calls have we had, how many burglary calls. The reason why you may not see those in the reports that you're sent is because oftentimes those aren't the highlights of the shift. If we've had a ongoing problem, to use one of your examples with loud music at a particular location, that now is going to possibly extend into other shifts, or maybe is, the next weekend might be a problem as well. So now we need to notify, because the whole purpose of these reports that you're referring to is to share information across our department, and again with the command staff, and by extension, the council. And so if it's something that could be an ongoing issue, it's a low-level type call, but could be an ongoing issue, then it might make that watch commander's report. So again, it's up to the discretion of the watch commander in terms of what he or she believes to be the most important calls and other events that occurred during that shift.
I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying, because I was going to ask what determines what makes a report. So I appreciate that she lifted up the discretion and the informational purposes of that report out. Is it ever possible for like a pie chart of type of calls to be shared annually, or is that just not something that is done?
We can look into whether or not that's possible, Mayor. Thank you. I think that to an extent that's already being done in our transparency reports, which again are available on our website, culvercitypd.org, for anyone who's interested. But we'll look into whether or not it's possible to drill down even farther.
Yeah, I would be curious also, just as kind of thinking about looking at trends and looking at, what kind of things our neighbors are calling about, to kind of see it in that kind of way. That'd be kind of cool.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Captain Belante has some information that might be relevant.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Mayor, if I might add, so in speaking with our dispatch center, I did ask them when researching this data what our top 3 calls for service are. Number 1 is a disturbance call. That could be ranging anything from a noise complaint to a domestic dispute to group disturbances causing a public disruption, trespassing calls, or neighbor disputes. Second was audible and silent alarms. So that's typically a burglary alarm or a possible robbery alarm. And then we also, the third was calls of suspicious subjects, suspicious vehicles, or suspicious circumstances. So those are the top 3 calls for service that we've gotten through the mid-year.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. And you said the first one was called the good service call?
Disturbance calls.
Disturbance call. That's
yeah.
a good
Sorry.
service. Okay. Thank you for that. I thought that was a strange way to group those, so I appreciate that. Okay, I only have a few more. Thank you so much for your patience and your willingness to engage and be transparent about the data in our community. You mentioned that our clearance rate so far was 28%, and that being higher than the national average, which we're really glad about. Do we have information on what our clearance rates were for previous years or last year, maybe, if we don't have all of them handy?
Thank you,
I know
Mayor.
that some of that's in the report, but I
Yeah.
just don't have it handy.
It's all in the report. I don't have that in front of me,
Okay.
but it goes back for many years.
Okay. Hopefully, I would love for sort of, and I know that there were some stories shared here, and while, you know, the stories help our brains recall, you know, pieces of information, so I definitely understand probably why some of that was lifted up and helps make the data real. But I'm often very interested in what's happening in Culver City and like what the data is saying, because sometimes we can get kind of caught up. And again, these are really, really important. Details are really important, and thinking about what the numbers are telling us is sometimes really important to focus in on. So I'd be curious, maybe if this is done again, if we could lift up over maybe the past 5 years since that data is handy, how our clearance rate has adjusted, and what you as a chief or captain or whoever might think is to sort of explain some of the shifts or some of the different tools that y'all are using throughout the years that might contribute to a different outcome in the clearance rate. That's a story that I'd be interested in hearing also.
We could take a look at that, Mayor.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. So you said robberies, disturbance, because I was asking about, I'm going to ask about types of calls and thefts, but we don't have all that right now. And before this kind of presentation, how often was like this type of analysis done and or shared with the council?
The last time it was done was a couple of years ago, Mayor, by then Chief Manny Sid, and we presented this here tonight in response to your request.
Okay. And before, was there a request made by a council member? I can't remember. I don't know if I was on the council then.
I don't recall, Mayor.
Okay, got it. And I really appreciate it. I sent Chief Sims a request about some traffic violence questions and also about daytime population. And there is like conflicting information online as it pertains to sort of our daytime population from census. And I know the last time that you were here, I think about the red light cameras, it was like 20,000. And then sometimes it's listed as, not 20,000, 200,000, excuse me. And then sometimes it's mentioned as 300,000. So just for the public, if you're willing to share sort of how the department shares out or finds the data point for that figure.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think the most important thing to understand about this figure is that it's an estimation. And so I think we've been pretty consistent in saying 200,000 to 300,000 daytime population. That's a long-standing estimation that we at the police department have used. The other point that's important to understand is when we say that and we use that estimation, we're talking about everybody that's in Culver City throughout the day. And so that includes not only the residents, people coming to work, dine, recreate, shop in Culver City, but also the cars passing through Culver City, because those also generate workload and our responsibility to keep safe, if you will, as a police department. And so Captain Belante will provide additional information as to kind of some of the metrics that we use to determine that figure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a couple methods that we use to come up with the estimate of 300,000 being our daytime population. So back in 2007, the city commissioned a sustainable design assessment team report, and that was used to evaluate the long-term sustainability in areas such as transportation, environment, and land use. And throughout that report in 2007, they referenced that the daytime population in Culver City exceeded 200,000. Since that assessment 17 years ago, I think we could all agree that Culver City has experienced significant growth, with the corporations here, Amazon, Apple, TikTok, Sony, Symantec, just to name a few. And additionally, there's a bunch of high-traffic retail centers that draw large crowds. As I stated before, the downtown district, the platform, the Westfield Mall, the Costco, West LA College enrolls nearly 10,000 students. It's also estimated that about 10,000 people utilize the city's public transportation system a day that travel through Culver City. Another piece we use to estimate our daytime population is our automated license plate reader program. So in November of last year, we installed cameras at 27 different intersections throughout the city. And these cameras have been instrumental in estimating the amount of vehicular traffic traveling through the city. It's important to note with the ALPR cameras, not all intersections and/or lanes of traffic are covered, and there's many major intersections throughout the city that do not have ALPR cameras. On average, our ALPR cameras throughout the city capture approximately 20 million vehicle movements a month. This technology has the ability to distinguish between vehicles that repeatedly pass through Culver City and those that are new through the area. So on average, about 1.7 million new vehicles are recorded a month, would suggest that these occupants are commuters or visitors rather than residents. So the ALPR data also gives us the ability to provide insight on traffic patterns, that include the peak times of the inflow and outflow of vehicles. And by looking at the data, there's a significant increase of vehicles entering the city around 6 or 7 a.m. and a significant increase in vehicles exiting the city around 8 p.m., which reinforces the conclusion that the majority of drivers coming through Culver City are either commuting to work, shopping, or passing through Culver City. So that's kind of some of the the stuff we use to measure and estimate that daytime population.
Thank you so much for providing that clarification. And just the last sort of question as it pertains to some of the data points that were lifted up, particularly around the license plate readers. I saw an article on Wired.com. It was on license plate readers are creating a U.S.-wide database of more than just cars, and it started talking about how they're capturing like political signs, bumper stickers, and et cetera. I wasn't sure, and I know that there's been a lot of conversation about cloud technologies and who has access to the footage that is captured, but I just wondered if you could speak at all to any of that, as apparently a lot of this data is being collected nationwide and it is searchable by, I don't know, various, you could search political figures or whatever. So I wasn't sure if our data in Culver City was also aggregated into this like nationwide sort of LPR, is that what it's called? Yes, license plate reader data, or if our data was in another place, but it was a little concerning to see that. And it's apparently billions of images already, more than 15 billion images of vehicle sightings across the United States. So I just wondered if our data was also aggregated here or if ours is held separately just for our police department. But I just had a question about sort of where that data was held.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the data is, number one, the automated license plate readers take a picture of the rear of a vehicle only. They don't record drivers. They don't take a picture of the front of the vehicle. They take a picture of the rear of the vehicle and record the license plate of the vehicle. And then of course they quickly run those license plates through law enforcement databases to determine whether or not car is stolen or wanted in a crime. And if that car is in fact stolen or wanted in a crime, then our police officers are alerted through our dispatch center. In terms of bumper stickers in particular, well, it's important to note that on the back end of the system, things that can be searched, make, model, color of a vehicle, I believe. So we can, because oftentimes we have a crime that occurs and a witness says, oh, it was a black sedan that went, eastbound on this street. And so we're able to search our databases for vehicles that match that description in the hopes that we'll get some sort of lead that would then lead us to a suspect. In terms of bumper stickers, I do believe there's a way that we can search whether or not a car has a bumper sticker, because oftentimes a witness would identify the fact or see that, hey, there was a big yellow bumper sticker on the back of the car as it drove away, and that could be a lead that is really important for our detectives. Again, that leads to a suspect. The whole point of the system is to, when we're talking about searching on the back end, is to help us solve crime and keep that clearance rate up. But in terms of recording political parties and things of that nature, that is not something that this database does. And not anything that we at the Culver City Police Department are interested in tracking at all.
Okay. And while I definitely appreciate that, I wonder if the functionality is there for that to be searched. Do you know if that is?
Not that I'm aware of, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I would appreciate if, just because this was a pretty alarming report that came out after this tool was added, I'm happy to share it with you, to look at it, because there were, ACLU, border control, and, people could search things like Planned Parenthood, again, political guide, that Culver City data was not being utilized for that purpose. I really appreciate it, so I'll be sure to share it with you and staff. But again, thank you so much for this very quick turnaround in terms of our request and understanding our data and where our calls are coming from, just to make sure I got it right for my notes. Hopefully the next time we do this, we'll look a little bit at our clearance rates over the years and have some information from your team around, why it's decreasing and the things that the department is doing. I would like to see more information on the types of calls overall in terms of the percentage, if we're able to gather that. If there's a way, looking forward, if we could have more information on sort of where the trends, or even if it's just, I know you mentioned the 5 district areas, maybe if it's just coded to that to make it easier for y'all. So that we could kind of see if there's a little bit more niching that needs to be done. But again, I'm very curious in the comparison from year to year and what our investments are yielding into your team and department. But very happy that, are y'all fully staffed yet?
We are not, Mayor. We are still down 3 police officer positions and several professional staff positions. And the nature of recruiting in law enforcement, number one, has become more challenging in recent years, but also it's cyclical in that every year we have people who retire and or unfortunately don't make it through our training program or decide to move out of state or whatever the case might be. So we're constantly experiencing turnover.
I was recalling the last time I asked the question, you said that y'all were almost there, but I guess there have been some shifts and or retirements. So hopefully that will be the case soon. Is my understanding right in terms of moving forward and having clarity on our clearance rate comparison from year to year, types of call and potentially locational calls?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please, Mayor?
So when I did the recap, just was trying to see if we were sort of on the same page in terms of hopefully the next time we do this, that we could have more information on our clearance rates and how they hopefully go up from year to year, and sort of information on what the department is doing to support that. That would be really helpful. Again, just a comparison of data from year to year in terms of, I think it would be helpful for us to see hopefully things trending downward, and to look at the investments that we're making, and hopefully that is supporting crime going down and those things. The type of calls and the location of calls being something that could be closely tracked, if it's by district or by community. Is that something that sounds okay?
We will take a look at that, Mayor, and see what we could do, yes.
Okay, sounds good. And I know the last time I had asked about just a bit more data collection around the placement of the red light cameras and how we were approaching that. You remember that conversation?
At our last council meeting? Are you referring to that, Mayor?
Yep. I was asking about how we were monitoring future placement for cameras and how we were, I think y'all said y'all would look into that as well in terms of what is determining where the selection of our red light cameras are, and is it driven by accidents? Is it driven by, and there was supposed to be a looking into that. So I just wanted to just do a plug for that also.
Appreciate that, Mayor. We're still looking into that.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for this information, and looking forward to more in the future. Thank you very
Mayor.
much. All right, we are moving on to joint public comment for items not on the agenda. City Clerk, how many comments do we have?
We have, I think, 27 currently. Is that correct? Something along those lines. Yeah. And I did want to mention, before we get too far into this, that we've had to remove action item A1 from the meeting agenda.
Okay.
So that will not be heard this evening. And before we start calling the names, I'm going to read the statement regarding hate speech.
Thank you.
Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Item A1 has been struck from the agenda. It is potentially scheduled for October 28th, but that's tentative. Yes, thank you. And just so everyone can hear the hate speech, I'll say it again.
Okay.
So the statement regarding hate speech is, members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons, and we are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. And then I have one more. I would like to read a statement regarding campaigning. Council chambers are a limited public forum. Pursuant to City Council policy, campaign activity is prohibited during council meetings in council chambers. No person may advocate for or against a candidate or a measure in a national, state, or local election.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the first 10 speakers so everyone can get prepared. We have David Coles, Mary Duvall, David Metzler, Bubba Fish, Angelo Mike, Dorothy Sad, Ivanska Pagan, Steve Siegel, and Stephen Shaler, and Janine Wisnowski-Stalen. So we're going to go ahead and hear from David Coles.
How much time do we have?
90 seconds.
Good evening. I'm here tonight in light of the pedestrian fatality that unfortunately took place 2 weeks ago at National and Wesley. unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident. There's at least 4 fatalities that have occurred on this stretch of National Avenue within the last 18 years. One was in the Bayona Creek with the driver who was driving from the city of Los Angeles, so technically not in Culver City, but it's really the same corridor. So I think it needs to be thought of holistically. And, you know, it might be tempting to chalk all of these up to human error, and human error is certainly a factor in all of these. But I don't think that means that there's nothing that can be done to prevent this kind of tragedy. We've got a pattern here. This is a high injury corridor, and it all really comes down to poor design and speed. It's 40 miles per hour there, and for whatever reason in our culture, it's customary that drivers can drive 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, so that means 50 miles per hour. That's really, really fast, and I think we need to have a community conversation about what we want this street to be. It needs to be much slower, and I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall.
Good evening, Mayor McMorrin, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and City Council. I'm here tonight feeling both heartbroken and infuriated. Heartbroken because we have needlessly lost another community member to traffic violence, and infuriated because so many of us over the past several years have been begging for you, our City Council, to direct staff to make our streets safer for all users. You have adopted a Vision Zero policy. You have adopted a complete streets policy, and yet you are allowing traffic violence to continue. Let's use the policies we have in place to help us prioritize the safety of all road users rather than continuing to support car-centric infrastructure choices. We have recorded 4 deaths over the past several years at this portion of roadway alone at National and Wesley, and who knows how many serious injuries, which often go unreported, have occurred. Of course, there are also innumerable near misses, which sometimes cause enough trauma for people to forego using active transportation altogether. Please, you must understand that all of these deaths, these injuries, and these near misses are preventable. It is not necessarily the fault of drivers, of cyclists, of pedestrians, of our staff. It is usually the fault of our infrastructure, which can and must be changed, which can and must be improved. Some of you may ask, what could we do differently? Traffic calming, adding or improving crosswalks, bulb outs, ADA-compliant sidewalks on the west side of National, for instance. Speeding does not just happen, it happens in reaction to or because of our street design. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Metzler, followed by Bubba Fish.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm quickly editing because we don't have a lot of time, so I'm taking out a lot of what I wanted to say, but I did want to ask for some quick build improvements and reduction of vehicle speeds to improve pedestrian safety, especially at National and Wesley, and also Green Valley Circle and Doverwood, which 2 years ago, a woman was killed there, and in the 2 years since, we've seen very little improvements. We have plans, but we do not have any quick build changes that could be done there. And I feel badly because 10 years ago, I walked my daughter to soccer practice dozens of times across that intersection, knew it was dangerous, knew that cars were traveling too fast, felt endangered walking across the street, and I said nothing at the time. And so today, I am saying something. It's been enough. Things won't get better unless we commit to not only saying something, but doing something. And as an example, like we could just implement daylighting along Farragut on the route to school. We could implement state law AB 413, which would take no research, no engineering, no grants, just a can of red paint and following state law. And then kids could walk to school more safely. I'd also like to ask that we empower departments like Public Works and Transportation to implement safety improvements in a more rapid way. We have thousands of hours of research, of public input, and every new stop sign, sidewalk extension, or daylighting should not have to come to a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bubba Fish, followed by Angelo Mike.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Vice Mayor. My name is Bubba Fish. I'm a transportation deputy for the County of LA, helped start an LA County Safe Streets advocacy group here, and I'm a Culver City resident. Just 2 weeks ago, a man was killed at an intersection right outside my home. His identity hasn't been released yet, but he could have been any of us. Since 2006, 2 other people have lost their lives on this same stretch of road. One was a teacher at Turning Point School who was hit along with 8 students who were also injured. And despite those tragedies, no changes have been made to improve the safety of this road. Sadly, this is not an isolated issue. Traffic violence impacts people across our city. In February, a pedestrian was killed in a hit and run on Washington Place. In 2022, a 73-year-old woman was struck and killed by a truck while crossing the street in Fox Hills. Traffic violence is not an inevitable fact of life. It is both predictable and preventable. Over 1,200 cities in 26 countries have reached the goal of 0 traffic fatalities in a year, and that number is growing. We can learn from their example. But on the street where my neighbor was killed, the sidewalks are extremely narrow and inaccessible. There's no traffic calming, and the speed limit is set at 40 miles an hour. And the road's design enables drivers to go even faster than that. We know that the most predictive factor in whether a crash is fatal is the speed of the vehicle involved. A pedestrian hit by a car going 20 has a 90% chance of survival, but at 40, the survival rate drops to 50%. So we must invest in traffic calming. It would have prevented tragedies like the one we saw. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelo Mike, followed by Dorothy Sad.
Hello, Council. I'm commenting on the reconfiguration of the bike lanes on Washington and Culver Boulevards, combining the bus and bike lanes. I bike them virtually every day, so often multiple times a day. I'm not clear what the matter being addressed here is. It can't be reducing car traffic and congestion because buses, bike lanes, and Metro have way more capacity than lanes for private vehicles. LA Metro recently announced daily Metro and bus trips reached over 1 million. Would anyone prefer if those 1 million trips were made by car instead? Because if traffic is a problem, prioritizing transit is essential to getting another 1 million trips done without cars. Additionally, wider, largely empty roads means higher speed, meaning deadlier roads. It becomes more a matter of luck if you're killed in a car crash. And as we saw on September 30th on National and Wesley, with the crash that killed a pedestrian, eventually our luck runs out. It seems we have a callousness towards road deaths. I'm calling on people to support healthier, happier streets. Let's prevent any such further deaths. If we want to improve traffic, support transit. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dorothy Sad, followed by Ivanska Pagan.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm talking on behalf of BPAC tonight. And I originally came to talk about the kiosk issue and ask you to send it to us to talk about one portion of it related to mobility, which is wayfinding and distracted driving. We've got meetings set up this month and next month and would very much like to open our meeting to the public to talk about those issues, which are part of the kiosk issue. But then second is what all of my predecessors have talked about, which is the accident at Wesley and National. The Turning Point School has, I'm sure, plenty of parents that want to talk. We'd like to talk about it at the BPAC, and we'd like to fulfill our remit by having you send it to us so that we can provide some feedback and advice from our very diverse 9-person council. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ivanska Pagan, followed by Steve Siegel.
Hello, distinguished Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm talking about a spooky Halloween. I sure love horror stories. And in October, we're encountering horrors lived every day by Gaza. And no one can live like this, no one. We must please urge a ceasefire now and a free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel, followed by Stephen Shaler.
Opinions on two areas. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I'll start now. Thank you. Our neighborhood sent a letter today to City Attorney Heather Baker requesting the city render legal opinions in two areas. First, it is a lawsuit brought against Culver City by the Friends of Culver City Move. We asked the city attorney to write an opinion regarding suing those who sued Culver City. By the judge's ruling, it seemed to be a frivolous lawsuit and a frivolous appeal. If so, a lawsuit against the plaintiffs might be appropriate for three reasons. One is a deterrent for other lawsuits that could happen if we look like we just accept frivolous suits. Two, because actions like that should have consequences. And three, maybe we can get some of our money back. It cost us $200,000. The initiation of the lawsuit seemed to be executed in part by Brian Bubba Fish and Nancy Barba, both of whom, plus we're told, but not confirmed, that Yasmin McMorrin were all part of the appeal, which was an attempt to reverse the judge's firm decision. We understand the appeal was rejected, and the judge was said one of the weakest he'd ever seen. The point of this is, what was the point of the lawsuit in the first place? It just produced, the road diet produced idling cars, and idling cars produced between 2 and 20 times of the pollution of what regular moving cars produce. So that the entire operation was foiled and ineffective. The second subject, so we're looking for an opinion from the city attorney on that. Second subject, regarding, we saw pictures of Councilmember Fred Puza and Brian Bubba Fish campaigning on the Culver City High School campus for Mr. Puza in 2022. We are wondering from the attorney how it is that Mr. Puza can occupy a seat on the city council when he's breaking the rules, and how Mr. Fish could be allowed to run for office. Thank you very much. We await the city attorney's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Shaler, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I was deeply saddened, though not terribly surprised, to hear about the pedestrian killed by traffic violence on National Boulevard a few weeks ago. This happened just steps from where we live, and when I told our 9-year-old why the intersection, the one that we cross every single day when we take our 2 kids to Linwood Howe Elementary, was marked off by police, it broke my heart to hear him say, "See, that's why I don't want to walk to school." We live barely more than half a mile from his school, and he's scared to walk or ride his bike there by himself. And I don't blame him. The route is dangerous, and it's legitimately scary to walk or ride a bike, and this city council majority has exacerbated our already dangerous streets by removing the few safeguards we had in place. And for what? To appease some angry drivers who think that 60 seconds of commute time at peak rush hour is more important than pedestrian safety. You have the power to fix this. You can save lives and address the #1 cause of childhood death in Los Angeles County, traffic violence. If only you would choose to do so. You can put common sense traffic calming measures in place, bollards, curb bump outs, banning the right turn on red, and you could do it quickly and cheaply. I'm begging you, please summon some courage and take steps to prevent senseless death and violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the recent pedestrian death a couple weeks ago, which was a tragic accident. Although it didn't happen, I don't think at a crosswalk, it's understandably upset many in our community. We cannot blame a bad crosswalk for this particular incident, I believe, but especially since we don't know all the details, but it serves as a somber reminder. Whenever we enter a public space, whether walking, driving, cycling, or otherwise, we enter into a social contract to do no harm to others. In honor of Disabilities Awareness Month, I want to call attention to the fact that our streets and public right-of-ways should be inclusive to people of all abilities and disabilities, whether invisible or visible. Our infrastructure should reflect our commitment to making Culver City safe for everyone. As a mom of 3, I've come before council multiple times over the years to advocate for ways to keep people safe in our public spaces. I've called for additional stop signs on busy neighborhood streets and more visible crosswalks around our schools. So regarding crosswalks, making them even safer, I'm wondering if the city could look into the implementation of raised crosswalks in certain areas. The data on raised crosswalks is compelling. They have been shown to reduce vehicle speeds by 15 to 20%, which makes a significant difference in pedestrian safety. Also, raised crosswalks increase pedestrian visibility, placing them directly in driver's line of sight. And in some cities, they've been shown to reduce pedestrian-related traffic accidents up to 45%. Beyond just implementing these, we need to prioritize safer crossing in all areas of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hanzande Akar, followed by Lucas Bika.
Thank you so much. Dear Mayor and the honorable council members, it's a great honor to be here this evening. My name is Hanzade Acar. I am a foreign, but I live in Culver City because of my son. He is a senior student in here, and I am very happy to be part of your community. And I am speaking about tonight about the sustainability. I am the co-founder of the Hayla Non-Plastic Planet. There is a community and also the Oleatex New Generation Sustainable Materials in our collaboration. I would like to speak about, for myself and for my company, Culver City has made a name for itself as a city that values sustainability, setting a regional and national example at sustainable materials. We seek a partner with Culver City to introduce this groundbreaking material to the community. I would like to be part of your sustainability, and also I am working now about the Olympic Games of 2028. So I am a keynote speaker in my country. I am also a columnist in the newspaper or in my country. I am also the strategy consultant, and I want to be part of your community as a volunteer. So I can teach some things about the sustainability and sustainable materials in the Culver City schools. And also I just made a collaboration with the Otis College Art and Design. And the next semester, they invite me for a guest lecturer for sustainability. So I would like to speak with you more details. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lucas Bika, followed by Melissa Sanders.
And Miss, our next sustainability meeting is November 18th. I don't know if she's listening, but if you want to join us for that, you're more than welcome. Our next sustainability subcommittee meeting is going to be on November 18th. Yeah, it's open to the public, so you can come and join us, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing Lucas in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you can speak now. We can hear you.
Thank you. I first wanted to say I'm very excited that the changes in downtown Culver City have happened and happening. My back and forth to run an errand that during move took me about 35 minutes to go less than 2 miles, took me under 20. Thank you. So great job. Thank you for listening to the community and the downtown businesses. The other thing I'm really concerned about is the complete streets thing that's going on. That it's an old plan. I don't think it really envisions what we've learned through COVID, through even Move Culver City. You know, what we think was going to work, what we think is important is not necessarily as important anymore. And I think there's a lot of work to be done with the complete streets. And the fact that the public outreach has been shuttered from, it was supposed to be 6 months, and now we've got like 2, and it's for a grant apparently, and it may cause a lot of problems with the grant. So I would like something to be figured out in that regard. The sidewalks are the most important thing about our complete streets that has to be addressed. It doesn't, bike lanes are for bike people only. Sidewalks are for every single person who lives, works, rides, commutes, works in Culver City. They are really the most important thing that the city needs to focus on right now is getting those safe, getting those level, getting those sidewalks to a place where we're not going to hurt ourselves.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Villain, followed by Patrick Godinez.
Good evening, Council. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I'm here because it seems like the majority of this Council doesn't seem to listen when we talk about traffic violence. They didn't listen to the data that showed that the protected bike lanes on Move Culver City were benefiting the community in many ways. They didn't listen to the 200 of us who came to explain why those bike lanes benefited us and our community every day. They don't seem to listen to the data that shows that motor vehicles are the single biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state. They don't seem to listen to the fact that motor vehicle crashes are the leading cause of death for children in the county. So I don't know why I'm here, but I want everyone to understand that fatal and severe injury crashes are preventable and they're a choice. They're a result of our policies, and you here on this council are in charge of the policies of this city. So just think about it maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, followed by Stephanie Sharp. Not seeing Patrick Godinez in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Stephanie Sharp, followed by Mariah Fontaine.
For your time. I work at Millcross and I teach classes at New Earth. I am speaking on my own behalf and in support of a mutual ceasefire resolution and asking for your approval for Iraq to, what's the word? Moderate a discussion of a mutual ceasefire. I made California my home 15 years ago, and here I found the living reality of a dream come true. Culver City was the first place that I got to live completely alone as an adult and decide who I was, what my values are, and what I wanted my life to be like. In the greater city of Los Angeles, I'm disappeared, one in millions, and that is what I've always wanted. I'm from a town of 200 people in Nebraska. The town that I moved from, they have sirens that ring out every single day at 12 noon and 6 p.m. If you know anything about the history of those sirens in this country, you know that Culver City and my hometown have something in common in allowing the sun to set to amplify division and exclusion while calling it safety. It was not considered in the statement that this council made in last October. And I understand distance, but I disagree with the willingness to hold freedom in a wall and blissfully exclude others. Please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine, followed by Judy Sherman.
Hello, I'm Mariah Fontaine, Culver City resident and homeowner. Israel's war in Gaza has to stop. It's not self-defense when there's no actual combat between parties. It's not self-defense when we've seen video after video of Israel Defense Forces bombing hospitals, schools, bakeries, residences, civilians waiting for food aid, and sniping the heads of children, as seen in X-ray images published by the New York Times on Wednesday. Just yesterday, the IDF once again bombed civilians in tents as they were sheltering at Al-Aqsa Hospital. The world and your constituents witnessed horrifying video of patients connected to IVs and sleeping children engulfed in flames and burning alive. Yesterday, Israel also killed over 54 people in Lebanon and shot at UN peacekeepers, causing President Biden to urge Israel to stop, because this is an obvious war crime and it's being done with US weapons and taxpayer money. This council condemned the attacks of October 7th, and rightly so. But the terror of October 7th does not justify the terror of October 6th, 5th, or the decades of occupation before that, nor does October 7th justify the terror of October 8th or 9th or the 374 days since. It is well past time you condemn all of the other days of terror inflicted on Palestinians in the most documented genocide in history. I am asking council for the bare minimum to direct Iraq to moderate a community discussion to forge a mutual ceasefire resolution in Israel's war on Gaza. Council Member Erickson, you have a few weeks left to right this wrong. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman, followed by Scott Stevens. Judy, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a resident of Fox Hills, and I just wanted to let you know there's a fifth proposal for a development in Fox Hills. It's being proposed that will bring a total of the number of housing units proposed for the south side of Slauson to 2,900 units. This proposal is a result of the outrageous plan to designate the south side of Slauson for 100 units per acre, which is an area where there was already 2,800 residential units. This outcome was totally predictable and the city knew it. There are several candidates running for city council who voiced their support for lowering this density designation so that the required 3,341 state required units Culver City must build will be equitably distributed throughout the city. Candidates, when you speak, the community is listening. I hope that you will keep your word. I want to add that this issue is of high priority, if not the highest one that this city has refused to address despite knowing the concerns about it since last year. So it needs to be very high up on the agenda when the new city council is sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Stevens, followed by Candace Simmons.
Hello, Culver City. Thank you for giving me some time today. I'm Scott Stevens. I represent a children's organization, a nonprofit here in Culver City called the Hero Workshop, and I want to thank you guys for putting our Hero Fair item on the agenda for October 28th. I'm just here to clear up a small clerical error. On that agenda item, I was told that the amount we would be asking for was $1,000, and the actual amount that we're going to ask for is $3,000. This is based on the costs that would be associated directly with the city of Culver City. The special events permit, the Parks and Recreation, park rental for the area of Vets Park that we use, and the fire and safety officers that we would need for the event. I'm happy to talk more details on October 28th when we come, but I just wanted to clear up for the record that we'll be asking for closer to $3,000, not the $1,000 that's written down right now. That's all.
So thank you. We'll be agendizing it at the end of this meeting.
Great.
But thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Thank you for coming again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Candace Simmons, followed by Gary Zeiss.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Candace Simmons here with Britta Erickson, and we are here on behalf of the Culver City Chamber representing the Women in Business Council. We are thrilled to announce the winners of our Women in Business Leadership Award for 2024. We are honored to recognize these remarkable women for their exceptional innovation, leadership, and positive impact on the community. The Julie Lugo-Serra Founder Award will be awarded to Kathleen Lundeen of Lundeen Gifts. The Visionary Award will be awarded to Marie Lloyd with Amazon. The Innovator Award will be awarded to Dominique Hamler with the Los Angeles Outpatient. The Giselle Smith Trailblazer Award will be awarded to Sarah Lofton of Sarah Wine Bar and K Bella Pizza. The Nonprofit Leader Award will be awarded to Lucia Diaz of Mar Vista Family Center. Join us in celebrating the inspiring women leaders at our 9th Annual Women Leadership Award Luncheon on October 25th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the fabulous Shea Hotel. Tickets are still available. We encourage you to get yours now. This evening, of course, you can get them off of the Culver City Chamber website. We promise this event will be an powerful day of recognizing the empowerments that women have created here in our fabulous city of Culver City. And we look forward to seeing all of you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Zeiss, followed by Travis Morgan. Gary, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Council, this has come up several times with regard to moving the discussion of the Gaza resolution to Iraq. And the last time it became very clear that there are two issues here. One is a discussion in the community to foster understanding. That is really important. The other is a recommendation to council, which is really just kicking that can down to a different organization, which is going to be subject to the same bullying and overwhelming pushing by one side over the other here. So my suggestion is encourage the discourse, encourage understanding between the communities, but don't charge that understanding with coming up with an outcome that is a recommendation to council. It's just going to move the same problem into another arena and not move it forward at all anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan, followed by Kelly Kent. Travis, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and thank you for listening. Really appreciate that. This motor vehicular fatality it just reminds me of the one 2 years ago in Fox Hills that really affected me a lot, about 100 yards from my property. Just a reminder that I personally have been working in trying to improve safety in Fox Hills for 6 years, and we still have not received a drop of paint or one speed bump in our community. We understand that the broader grant application is unlikely to be successful, and so I'm asking for nodding heads on 3 items. Number 1 is a direction to staff to move forward on the proposal that was already approved by council but shelved due to the grant, that they move forward on that immediately. Number 2 is to bring back the phase 2 of that proposal that will require city funding. And number 3 is to direct staff to develop legislative options to direct impact fees to the areas in which they were generated. This is very important for Fox Hills since we're having nearly 3,000 new units come to our neighborhood that will generate millions of dollars in impact fees, and we would like to ensure that those impact fees are directed toward the community where they are most impacted. If I could ask for nodding heads, thank you.
Thank you. And our last 5 speakers are Kelly Kent, Mariana Quintanilla, Adam Magdaleno, Kareem Sally, and Phoebe Kuykofer Garfinkel. So our next speaker is Kelly Kent. Kelly, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
President of the CCUSD Board of Education, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself tonight. The role of government, as I know as well as you all do, is to protect its citizens. The role is not to protect all citizens except those that make mistakes, or those that are mentally ill, or those that become unsafely inebriated. In fact, one of our charges is exactly to protect its most vulnerable citizens, like its children, just for example. Our police department made a presentation tonight about their role in keeping our residents, shoppers, business folk, community partners safe. I open my remarks this way in response to the police department's framing of the fatal accident that occurred at National and Wesley. The press release states, findings show that the pedestrian unsafely entered the roadway and was struck by a vehicle. Human beings make mistakes. Government infrastructure, and in large part, is there to save lives when they make those mistakes. This is why we have protections at our jobs. In fact, protections at jobs came about as jobs became more hazardous. As we know, vehicles are hazardous. This does not mean we need to Thanos snap cars out of existence. It means we need to design policy to institute appropriate protections. This is why we have slow speeds in residential neighborhoods, because on occasion, parents lose track of their kids. When a kid runs out into the street, they do not deserve to die. That family and community does not deserve to suffer that loss because their parent made a mistake. I strongly admonish language that suggests human error absolves government infrastructure of responsibility when
Your
one of its
time has
charges
expired.
loses their life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marina Quintanilla. Not seeing them in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Adam Magdaleno.
Hey, how are you? My name's Adam. I'm a West Side resident, lifelong resident of LA County. I was one of the many organizers that helped put together the march onto the graffiti towers in downtown recently. We were working with a lot of like grassroots orgs like ACE, Keep LA Housed. We're also working with labor unions, United Teachers Los Angeles, UAW, grad students, SCIU 721, a lot of great people. We chose the towers because it's like a pretty clear symbol of like the dysfunction that's going on in LA's like housing market. Last time I checked, they had like international owners. They're not even going to put them back on the market. So it's in the local housing market in the LA Metro, right? We're also there because these unions also support Prop 33, Justice for Renters Act, since Costa-Hawkins is like real estate's favorite law. It's like real estate is spending like $60 million trying to get people to vote no. It was passed in like behind closed doors without asking anyone's input. So in a couple weeks, we'll have the chance to actually decide for ourselves whether or not we want to keep this law that encourages landlords to kick out the tenants and raise the prices of rent.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kareem Sally, followed by Phoebe Kuiper Garfinkel.
Madam Mayor, member of the City Council, staff members, good evening. In Culver City, cars harm and kill more people than all the violent crimes and homicide combined. When a pedestrian, a biker, or a driver dies in our street, this is not just tragedy, it's a failure of governance. Every day, without action, you are choosing who lives, who dies, who makes it home safely. Your inactions make you more than a city council. Your neglect makes you a death panel. Protected bike lane could save lives, you are removing them. Lowering speed could prevent death, you are increasing them. Improving sidewalks could protect pedestrians, you have done nothing. This council and staff are responsible for last week's death, and for the next one, and for the next one. You are responsible. Council member Albert Vera, last year, after the killing of a resident, you told Travis Morgan, we have to do something in Fox Hill. You have done nothing, and once again, you failed your promise. The time for half measure is over. You have to act. Thank you.
I just want to respond. I did do something. We agendized a conversation. I don't need you to talk again. We agendized a conversation, and staff has been working on it, so.
Nothing happened.
That's not up to me, Kareem. Should I get out there and do it myself?
Okay, gentlemen. Thank you.
Shame on you.
And then our next speaker is Phoebe Kuiper Garfinkel.
All right. Hello, can you all hear me? Awesome. My name is Phoebe Kuiper Garfinkel. First, I just want to say thank you for having me. And I also want to share that on August 8th, I became a traffic violence statistic. And I brought a photo to show you guys. Can you see up here on my phone? So that's a photo that my wife took of me in the hospital after a truck came speeding down my residential street that I live on. In this photo, I had a concussion, broken ribs, broken skull bones. My lung collapsed. I almost died. I had received life-saving care. And I wanted to show that to you, even though it's, it's hard to look at, it's upsetting. It's really hard for us to face what vehicular violence does to us. It's hard to face those realities. It's really, really hard. It's really, really sad. But I am begging you to address vehicular violence prevention as a part of public safety. In the police presentation, they should be talking about vehicular violence and vehicular violence prevention. We should be enforcing lower speeds. We should be building infrastructure to make sure that bikers, walkers, people who commute without a car, who want to save the environment, keep our air clean, get to go home safely. We need to be able to make it home safely. This is part of public safety. Please do something. As a survivor, I am asking from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Mayor, I think there might be one more public comment or speaker.
Okay.
Did you get, there might be one more.
What's your name?
Thank you.
Will be short. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jasmine Canick. I'm here representing the Pan-African Film and Arts Festival. We're here seeking city-sponsored support for PAF, which is scheduled to take place during Black History Month 2025, so February 4th through the 17th, at the Westfield Culver City, the Culver Theater, and other venues in Culver City. The Pan-African Film and Arts Festival is the largest Black History Month event in LA County and in the state of California. We are expanding this year into Culver City. We'll still be in LA proper, but we are coming here to Culver City. Every year, the Pan-African Film Festival attracts tens of thousands of attendees from all over the world, including filmmakers, artists, celebrities, cultural enthusiasts. The goal of the film festival in expanding the Culver City is to broaden its reach and make powerful, diverse storytelling more accessible to new audience. This expansion is about connecting people through film, fostering cross-cultural dialogue, and offering a platform for African and African diaspora filmmakers to share their stories with a wider and more diverse audience. It's a step towards bridging gaps and building stronger, more inclusive communities through the power of film and art. The Pan-African Film Festival expanding into Culver City is a huge win for this community. It's going to boost local businesses and foster a greater sense of inclusion. With its rich history of amplifying Black voices and stories, the festival will offer Culver City residents a chance to engage with films that reflect a wide range of experiences, and we hope that you will see the benefit in having PAF in your city in 2025 and partnering with us to celebrate the richness of the African and African diaspora cultures. Thank you.
Ms. Koenig, I'm sorry, you're all the way to the back of the room, but just to clarify, you're seeking city sponsorship for the event, and what's the date again?
February 4th through the 17th.
Okay.
Also, this is Odudawa, he's the executive director. We brought you more information on the festival. So the festival is about 2 weeks long. There's the film component, there's the art component, and the Westfield Culver City is where the art showcase will be. The Culver Theater is where we'll have a lot of our films, but we'll also be using other venues within the city as well and partnering with local businesses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, so that was our final speaker for that portion of joint public comment. Okay. Can we go ahead and have a motion to receive and file the, can't see how many pages of comment that we received. It's not showing on my screen. Of correspondence.
Council members, I am getting an error.
Should we do a voice vote?
Voice, please.
Okay.
So I have a motion from
I'll make a motion.
you, Councilmember Vera, and a
Second.
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 Thank you, by Vice Mayor.
Well, we can vote.
Okay,
I think
give me
it'll
one, please.
might be similar.
Okay, let's try to vote, see if that works. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll take the order of agenda as it's printed with the amendment that A1 will not be heard today, and the intention is for it to be rescheduled to the next council date, but please check the agenda, culvercity.org/agendas. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on any of our consent items?
15 and 16.
Okay. Councilmember Vera, do you have any consent items to pull?
None to pull, Mayor. I just want to, when it comes time to voting, we can pull C12 to do a separate vote on that one. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Nothing.
Councilmember Puza.
No, Mayor, thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I have a few.
That's okay.
C4, C6, and then if I can do C10 and C14 at the same time.
10 and 14. So we have 15, 16, a request to vote separately for 12, for 10, and 14. Let me make sure. I do want to also pull 17 for just a quick question, but let's just go in order. We can start with 4. City Clerk?
And I don't need the full detailed, just a very high level.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Christine Parra, Emergency Preparedness Coordinator. I'm here to recommend the approval of the newly updated City of Culver City Emergency Operations Plan. This updated plan incorporates valuable lessons from our Emergency Operations Center activations, reflects recent changes in state law, and aligns with the revised multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. Since the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, we've activated the EOC 8 times, and we're preparing for another activation for the upcoming presidential election in November. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your support.
Yes, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed reading it. I might be the only one, but it was very interesting. And something that, a couple things that spurred questions in my mind. One of the categories that was a focus was populations with access and functional needs and at-risk individuals. And the number of people in our population that has a disability. It says 18%. That includes hearing impaired, vision impaired, mobility impaired. I'm just wondering, I know that was culled from census data, but when it comes time to, in case of a catastrophic event, do we have any sense of where these people are? Or is that just kind of an anonymous US Census data point?
Thank you for that question. So we have some data for our senior population that we're able to access through our senior center staff. We have some data for people that rely upon devices that require electricity. So we have that from our utility company, and we have access through our public safety portal. And other than that, many years ago, there used to be a registry, and unfortunately, that was something that used to be maintained by the county and no longer maintained. And so other than that, those different types of means of being able to obtain the information, we don't. Unless people, reach out for support, or caregivers reach out for support, through, 911 or any other hotline that we set up. We don't have any other access, or through like resource centers. We have the Disability Resource Center that we can tap into if people are aligned with them. But other than that, no, there aren't any set up registries or anything like that.
I'm just wondering if, thank you. Back to the 18%, if somehow we can determine where that gap is. I know that if there's a, and there's also in this category, 24% English as a second language. So when we're trying to communicate instructions after an emergency, if someone's hearing impaired and they can't hear the PA system, if we're going up and down the streets, or they don't understand English, it's just, a survey would be good. I don't know how effective that is, but I'm just concerned that if people need to receive instructions and they have no way of receiving it because for whatever their disability is or their inability to understand English, might be a problem. And then with the voluntary organizations active in disasters, VODES, do the nonprofits know that they're VODES? Do we have a registry of that, or is that something that we?
So that's another great question. So the VODES, it's through the LA County. And so the registry is through LA County. And so when we need that type of support, we go through LA County. They have a liaison that is connected through them. We ask for the support through them, and then they, for the national type or for the bigger type of organizations. We have individual MOUs, for example, with Red Cross. We have individual relationships with, for example, the Disability Resource Center. We have individual relationships, like, for example, with Salvation Army. But other than that, no.
So not it was brought up several times, faith
And
organizations.
Community Connect, I'm sorry.
Community Connect. As an example, Grace Diner, they have over 200 people that are, food insecure and, homeless, a whole range. I know that there's several other churches and synagogues in the area that serve people that are at risk.
We have a whole list of those community organizations in our Emergency Operations Center that we would reach out to. So we worked with Grace with them during COVID and to help, and we worked with quite a few different organizations in the city, especially for people that are food insecure. So we do have access, and we do communicate with them, and we do have a list of them.
Okay, great. And then my last question.
Sure.
I have this fear that we have either a complete shutdown of the grid that lasts more than, I saw it, 7 days at 50% capacity. That's how much fuel we have for our generator. Do we have are we working on a plan to have like a solar, something that's not tied to the grid where we can generate our own energy in case there is a long-term electrical shutdown where we can communicate?
We don't at this time, but we can look into that and see if we can come up with a plan
Okay.
for using that.
Yeah, it's just that if the big earthquake hits or some terrorist act where it shuts down our grid for a long period of time and people can't access the internet, they can't, we're electrifying all of our water heaters and, all that, we can't take care of that. What do we do?
No, and nationally, when this has happened in other cities, resources will come in from outside with those types of resources. And so there's a whole system in place to get the mutual aid support. And so, we have the ability to obtain those resources.
Okay, great. I appreciate it.
But everybody should be prepared and have their plan, in place to include different ways to charge their devices. So we have additional information on our website that contains all our checklists and fun things. culvercity.org/emergency prep.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I follow up?
Sure.
So with regards to people who needs extra care or needs extra support, way back when I was active in CERT, we also had, at that time, I was assigned to a NERT, which was a neighborhood emergency response team. And we actually knew the people on the 3 blocks we had. We knew who it was that was on oxygen that needed power to get that running and so on. So my question is there something where we could engage CERT to start building that up again, or they don't have the capacity to do that? Or because some of this stuff is going to have to happen on a very local, block by block level, because other emergency, what is it? We have 18, 20 firemen in any time in our city, right? So that's the resource. So, and then we have the police officers who also have some resources. But where does CERT come into this? And where does sort of this more really localized support happen? I know that Malibu, for instance, their CERT, after all the fires and so on, they have really developed a very sophisticated system where they have neighbor helping neighbor. They have pre-placed containers with generators, lights, water, food, a lot of stuff that they have put out in 2 or 3 places around Malibu. So there are interesting things to look at. So I wonder if, if you have looked at anything that might be something that CERT could do, or if they don't have their capacity or resources, then we need to figure out another way, I guess.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for that question. Actually, so to begin with the first question that you asked, we have access to a list of people that rely on electricity to include, for the oxygen. So as a public safety entity, we actually have that right now. And then in terms of for our CERT team, which very timely, this Thursday evening, as a matter of fact, we're going to be practicing or exercising with our CERT team and our CCARES team, an annual exercise where we practice triaging and search and rescue and what have you. And we still have a very robust team of CERT. We're actually in the midst of revamping our team, but we do have caches of emergency supplies for our CERT teams throughout the city. They're strategically placed throughout the city at different city facilities to include crowbars and all the goods and supplies that we would need in case we need to pull them out for residents to use. And so they're updated every 5 years. And so obviously when and if those are needed, we would relay that information as to where they are. In terms of, what was the last?
Neighborhood.
I think I answered that.
No, it's good. I
Yeah,
just want
so
to
we have
highlight
call
it.
out teams. The revamp hopefully is going to start taking place in January, where we're going to have, two different team members, so it'll be the person that wants to be trained just for their own edification, and then we'll have the call out who wants to have consistent training and be a part of the team that goes out and supports the fire department. So.
Okay, yeah. My next thing was that with regards to power and backup power and stuff, number of years ago, we talked about creating a microgrid for our veteran center, senior center, and the plunge. And we commissioned a study, and it became expensive. But where are we on that whole process? Because the whole idea was solar panel, and we were going to be able to run both the senior center and the vets, and it would be, air conditioned, it would be electricity and all that stuff. So I was wondering where we are with that. I know we were looking for grants we didn't get.
Councilmember, I think that's the short answer. We were looking for grants and didn't get it. I think we went so far with some studies and planning. I'll double check with Joe Suska in the morning, but I
we didn't
think
get
that,
it. You're correct. We didn't get the grant.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are on this sustainability subcommittee looking at more opportunities for solar. That's something we recently agendized in the last meeting. So hopefully there'll be more to come on that front.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
I did want to ask, I know there was a public survey piece for this, if I'm not mistaken. I remember amplifying it. How many responses did we receive from the community?
Not many. We received like five responses, good ones though,
Yeah.
with some great recommendations. But we did receive, I also sent it out to quite a few of our disability partners and received a bunch of really great feedback from them that I incorporated in our plan.
Thank you. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but folks in our disability community are frequently left out or not even considered in these type of plans. So I appreciate the level of care that was put into ensuring that, we were being mindful about that. Just in terms of overall amplification of this plan, how are we going about doing that to raise additional awareness in the community outside of just talking about it right now?
Oh, as soon as it's adopted, we're going to be putting it everywhere. Everywhere that we can. It'll be on our city website. I will have hard copies at our city library, in the Gov delivery, social media, you name it.
Great. And will there be, I know it's finalized, but if for any reason folks wanted to provide any additional feedback or have any questions, what would be the process for that?
They can always reach out to me. My information's available on the plan and on the website. And I review the plan every year and completely overhaul the plan every 5 years. And so I review the plan, make changes to the plan. It's a live plan every year. And so if they have any suggestions or updates, I keep notes on it and we'll edit as I go.
Thank you for that information, and thank you for all the work. Colleagues, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're moving on to item number 10. Yeah.
C6.
Oh, was it C6? I didn't have that one, or did I? Okay, I must have, as I was taking notes. Did we have 5 too? No, 6.
No, we had
6, 10,
6, 10,
14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, sorry. Somehow I got.
And this can be
Separate.
high-level background.
Thank you.
Mayor, would you like the staff report?
Very
Really,
brief.
very high level.
Very brief.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Elizabeth Garcia, and I'm here to present for your consideration the Culver City's Art District Business Improvement District Annual Work Plan and Budget. If City Council wishes to adopt the work plan as submitted, the City Council must adopt the resolution declaring its intent to levy district assessments for 2025 and set the public hearing for November 11th, 2024. This concludes staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you. And while I have you, what's the time of the median discussion on the 19th?
10:30 a.m.
Okay.
Saturday, October 19th at the Parks Project, corner of Fay and Washington. Light refreshments will be served.
Great.
And Mayor, we did get a speaker for C6 as well.
Okay, great.
Should we have the speaker first?
Sure.
Our speaker for this item is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council and community at large. I have questions about the Business Improvement District's plans for the Arts District. I'd like to know if the arts groups or the commissions and councils will be a part of this process, if they'll be there on the morning of the meeting, and if housing is going to be incorporated into this plan, and whether or not Apple and Amazon have been informed of the meeting, because Apple did come out full force to say they had designated funds to provide housing, and we need to put some mixed use there. It was discussed in one of the arts meetings that we needed to increase foot traffic, and I'd like to know if these are going to be incorporated in the topics of the day. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The work plan before you is just the annual work plan for the Business Improvement District. It just includes maintenance, advocacy, and marketing and promotion for the businesses along Washington Boulevard, primarily from the Ivy Station complex all the way to Fairfax Avenue. So I just wanted to clarify, it's not a housing or an arts program, it's just simply the Business Improvement District's work plan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Questions? By the way, comment, I'm glad that they are increasing their membership fees. I know that they could use more funding. Had they, is it, can you have resident members in a business improvement district? And has that been considered?
They can have residents as part of the advisory council.
They can be associate members.
Okay. It'd be great if they, if any of them are listening, if that goes out to the community, because I know the community likes to give input on, you know, and they're very interested in the upkeep of the district. And then we had discussions about doing basic refurbishing and possibly art installations at the bus shelters. Is there, I didn't see that in the work plan. Is that?
That's something we've talked to the Arts District about, but I'm also working with Sally Unsworth and looking at what we can do in that particular space for short-term art.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next is C10.
Once again, I just need a brief report.
Yeah, gladly. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works, and I'm joined here tonight by Andrew Maximus, our traffic engineer. This item C10 is to authorize a professional services agreement with Willdan Corporation. This agreement with Willdan will support the design of the following improvements in the Fox Hills neighborhood. There will be new Class 2 and Class 4 bike lanes on Green Valley Circle and Buckingham Parkway. There will be 3 new high-visibility continental crosswalks. Some people refer to them as zebra striping, to cross Green Valley Circle at the following locations: Green Valley Circle at Doverwood Drive, Green Valley Circle between Doverwood and Bristol Parkway. This one will be a mid-block. And Green Valley Circle between Canterbury Drive and Centinela Avenue, also a mid-block crosswalk. These improvements will be implemented after the streets are resurfaced as part of the fiscal year 24-25 pavement rehabilitation project, which is tentatively scheduled to begin in spring 2025. Staff will return to the City Council for approval of the final plans and authorization to advertise for bids in early 2025, and the funds are available in the account listed in the fiscal analysis section. And that's my staff report.
Great, thank you. You clarified everything. You answered my question. I know you can't give me an exact number, but all of these bicycle facilities, what percentage of the roadway in that area would you roughly say that is? Or could you?
It's a small percentage. I can't come up with a number right now, Andrew.
That's fine.
But it's a small percentage. In other words, there will be a lot more in the future.
Okay. I'm glad, and I asked C14 to be pulled because I was curious if we were going to do all the all the painting after the repaving. Is it okay if I ask a question about C14 while we're here?
Of course, yes.
It's coming next, so.
Yeah, I asked for it to be done concurrently, but that's all I have for C10.
Okay. So do you need a report also for C14?
No, I don't think so. I just had a question regarding the Jackson repaving section. I know, speaking with Mr. Maximus, that we are going to do something with the kind of the island right there. I'm assuming that's going to happen after the repaving.
Yeah, that's a very small cost, so we can accommodate those improvements in the project contingency. So we will definitely be able to implement what we come up with.
Okay, so that'll obviously wait until after the repaving.
Correct.
Yeah, so that particular portion at Jackson and Farragut, the improvements that you're speaking about, Vice Mayor, are part of a construction project that is currently underway, and it's ahead of this resurfacing.
Okay.
So that little portion of resurfacing that intersection is being removed from that project and being added to a separate one in order to repave it and put these improvements before the resurfacing project occurs.
Got it. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from colleagues or for the public? Thank you. Moving on now to C15.
And we have one speaker for that.
Okay, can we have a super brief staff report for this one?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Sims, Police Chief, and I am here with Captain Luis Martinez, who will provide us with a summary of our staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. Luis Martinez, Special Operations Bureau Commander with the Police Department. And tonight, I am here to present a recommendation for the approval to submit a grant application for $14,904 through the fiscal year 2024 U.S. Department of Justice Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program. The grant funding amount being requested is to support the acquisition and replacement of one of our canines. Police service canines have a long history of supporting and assisting emergency service agencies in protecting and serving the community. Moreover, law enforcement has significantly benefited from partnering police officers with canines. The utilization of canines to enhance public safety includes tracking and locating missing persons, tracking and apprehending criminal suspects, locating controlled substances, firearms, and explosives. The primary purpose of a police service canine is to search for people and items. Police service canines have the ability to quickly locate the intended object, whether it be felony suspects, narcotics, or evidence. When properly used, a canine can enhance the degree of safety for citizens within a contained search area. The use of a canine can enhance officer safety and dramatically reduce the amount of time necessary to conduct a search. Prior to officially beginning their career in the field, a police services canine will be trained in the following areas: building and area searches, vehicle extraction, narcotics detection, attic and under-house insertions, slick floor searches, dark and tight spaces searches, unsteady surfaces, lifting and lowering into a tunnel, as well as obedience, agility, tactical obedience, and team movement. All canines assigned to the Culver City Police Canine Unit are required to pass a certification as prescribed by the California Commission on Post and must requalify every year. Their initial training is 6 weeks, 240 hours, dual-purpose detection school. Additionally, the amount of training required for each canine is 32 hours a month once they go into service. That training occurs on Wednesdays and is monitored by Gold Coast Canine, the company contracted to train our canines. Currently, the Culver City Police Department has 2 police service dogs. Storm, which is 4 years old and went into service in June of 2021, and Ander, who is 9 years old and went into service in November of 2016. In terms of deployments, patrol-related searches are broken down into 2 categories for our canine unit. Detection deployments are typically used in a controlled environment for narcotics detection and/or article searches. During the last 5-year period, both our canine handlers and their canine partners have accounted for approximately 82 detection deployments. During these deployments, the canines have assisted CCPD personnel as well as outside agencies with their investigations. The canines have collectively located the following: over $6 million in drug-related proceeds have been seized, approximately 2.5 tons of illegal drugs, including methamphetamine, fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. Patrol deployments are used in various environments for apprehension assistance. These include during high-risk traffic stops, as well as violent offenders who have committed a felony during burglary investigations and property and article searches. During the 5-year period, both handlers and their canines have accounted for approximately 147 patrol deployments. During these deployments, the canines have assisted patrol, detectives, and outside agencies. Our handlers and their canines have assisted in approximately 106 arrests of felony suspects. Now, as far as the need for an explosive detection canine, Culver City has several school sites and is home to major tech companies such as TikTok, Apple, Amazon, HBO, and Sony, to name a few. It also home to several religious institutions, all of which would benefit significantly from having a localized explosives detection canine. Culver City also hosts numerous public events, some that are high profile. Additionally, the Los Angeles County region, including Culver City, will be hosting several key events in the near future, including the 2026 FIFA World Cup, the 2027 NFL Super Bowl, and the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. The Culver City Police Department places a high priority on the safety of our schools and religious institutions, as well as public events. The procurement of a dual-purpose canine trained in tracking and apprehension of criminal offenders, as well as locating explosives and/or suspected explosive materials, is vital. It will enhance the capabilities of the police department, along with the preservation of human life, with public safety being a paramount concern. In terms of fiscal analysis, the grant funding, as previously mentioned, the amount being requested is $14,904 to support the acquisition of a dual-purpose canine. And that concludes the presentation. We're now available for any questions.
Thank you. Was there a comment, did you say, City Clerk?
We had a speaker signed up, Jamie Wallace.
Okay.
But not seeing them on WebEx or in the chamber. I'm going to refresh one more time. Yeah, they're not on WebEx anymore.
Okay, no worries. Colleagues, any questions on this item?
Question, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Vera.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. Is this in addition to Storm and Ander, or is this a replacement of either one of those?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Rivera. It is to replace K9 Ander, who is now 9 years old.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
I just have a quick question. Was this dollar amount already included in our police budget? And thank you for the review of this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a request to apply for the grant, the
Understand.
amount that is listed, $14,904.
Absolutely. But is this something that was identified as a need for the department before this grant was, identified or researched? Or I'm just trying to understand in the annual budget process, if this was a desire for the department to have an explosives kind of K9, and then the grant was sought out because this was something that you all had identified, or you had just learned of it after the fact, and then thought it was a good idea to apply. So I just was trying to understand the timeline of seeking out this funding.
Thank you, Mayor. So the need arose based on the age of one of our canines. And we have 2 total canines at the Culver City Police Department, so we're not looking to expand our program. We're looking to, as Captain Martinez stated, replace a dog who is aging out. So we identified that need, and then we had the discussion of, okay, well, what type of canine might benefit the department and city the most? Because as was described, you can train these canines to do no more than 2 things, I think, typically. So search for suspects and or drugs. Search for suspects and, in this case, bombs. And so based on the number of events that we have coming up here in Culver City, specifically in trying to be as prepared as we can be for the 2028 Olympics, we thought that this would be a good opportunity for us to acquire a dog that was trained in bomb detection. So the dog is going to be used. So we identified that need, to answer your question, Mayor, and then we thought, as we always are, how can we be as fiscally responsible as possible in acquiring this dog? And so we sought out grant opportunities, like we often do when we're looking to, if there are grant opportunities, we want to do everything we can to acquire those grants, again, to do our best to be good stewards of our budget. And so we saw the opportunity to apply for this grant right around the same time as we recognized the need to replace the dog. And so, and that is, and so because of that, in the hopes, hopefully we, we're just applying for this grant. We haven't received it. If we were to receive it, then we would not have to request the money to replace our dog in the next upcoming budget process.
So it was not in the budget, but it's something you foresaw because of the age of the dog, and it would likely have been in the next budget if we do not receive this grant. Because the question was, if this request for this dog, whether it's a replacement or not, was in this budget, but it sounds like from what you're saying, it was not, and you and your team were anticipating the need to replace the other dog because of the age of the dog, and you were anticipating it being in the next year's budget. Based on what you just told me, that's what I'm understanding. And so in an effort to avoid that, you all saw this grant and you're applying for it. Did I hear you correctly?
That sounds correct, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah. Because just to be sure, this funding is not in this year's fiscal budget for this dog.
Correct.
Okay, so it would potentially, if you do not receive the funding from this grant, would be in the next year's budget.
We would have to look for alternative funding sources. Yes, Mayor.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that because they're just trying to understand sort of where we're at with funding. So if it is not received, and hopefully it is, but if it is not received, or I don't even understand, what's the process with the older dog? What happens with a dog that ages out?
So when a dog ages out, the dog is essentially, we sell it to the dog handler, and it lives out the rest of its days with the dog handler.
So it is like a net neutral or?
We sell it to the handler for $1.
Oh, for $1?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Got it. Okay. So the plan would be, just to be clear, would there be any overlap of the older dog, I think you said the name was Ander, and the new potential dog?
There would not be any overlap, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you answering those questions and getting that clarity. Are there any other questions from colleagues on C-15? Yeah, Councilmember Pusa.
Does an officer who works with the dog receive extra pay?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Ready for C-16?
We are.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you so much.
You're welcome. Hello again. This item, C-16, before you tonight is regarding 6 traffic signal video detection systems in an amount not to exceed $122,000, $506 to be exact. We operate and maintain 115 traffic signals. 40 intersections currently are equipped with video detection systems purchased from various vendors over the years. The rest of the city's signalized intersections rely on loop detectors embedded in the roadway surface. Obsolete video detection systems at 6 locations are no longer working. As a result, these intersections operate very inefficiently. This purchase will replace those 6 systems with modern and more reliable video detection systems. And we have the funding available in the account stated in the, or mentioned in the fiscal analysis section. And just to give you more information, those 6 intersections are Washington at Redwood Avenue, Washington Boulevard at Rosabelle Street, Washington at Grandview, Washington at Sawtelle, Washington at Sepulveda, and Culver Boulevard at Overland. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Were there any comments on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker.
Thank you.
Steve Siegel.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you very much. Yes, I had a question on this particular issue, and that was the cost seems high, so I was wondering if there's a bidding out process for this. I don't know, but $20,000 per at 6 seems high, but I don't know the answer. So I thought, what's the business system to use to describe, to figure out what a good purchase is? And number 2, I was wondering about about privacy and what images are captured and what happens with them. I asked this once before. I don't know if I ever got an answer, but what exactly is being recorded and where does it go and who uses it? How long is it stored? So those are my questions regarding that. I'd also like to just mention that the previous gentleman commented pretty harshly about certain things and sort of questioning city council on, not even sure what it was, but I thought that was objectionable the way that went down. I found the city council to be pretty active in trying to handle the residents' needs and desires, at least this council, the current council majority. Not so much about the previous, but the current one, yes. So I thought that was out of line. One last thing, I know Mr. Erickson is 8 years into his tenure, and I'm wondering if there's a lunch or something that the city does for someone who spends 8 years on the council, which I think is pretty amazing. Thank you very much. And mainly the privacy thing is I'm wondering if the council could get into that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. The first part is regarding price. This is the same exact price I paid in Santa Monica roughly 14 years ago. So the price actually hasn't gone up at all in all these years. This is very typical for video detection equipment. And I'm actually very glad that the price hasn't gone up because everything else has over the last 5 to 10 years. Regarding privacy, there's actually nothing being recorded whatsoever, so there is no concern for privacy whatsoever. The video detection images are relayed or conveyed in real time to the traffic signal controller, which makes decisions about which green light phase to give to which leg of traffic approaching the intersection. So the video detection is communicating constantly and consistently throughout the day with the traffic signal controller, but nothing is being recorded and no one is saving any information. This is very different from how red light cameras operate. So this is for the sole purpose of just detecting traffic in a vehicular lane.
Are there any other questions for
Quick comment, Mayor.
Councilmember Barron?
Dimitri, thank you for the presentation. You know, there's a online page that I follow, and it's the video signal guy. I mean, the red light signal guy. Sort of a weird page, but it's exactly what you're saying. It's sort of like the video detects a vehicle within a certain box, and then it sends a controller the message whether to phase out the light or not. And it is one of the questions that were stated in one of these groups about privacy and whatnot, and they did confirm absolutely nothing is being recorded. It's just solely for the detection of the signal phasing, and that's it. So
That's precisely the case. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mayor.
Any other questions on this item? I'm sorry? Okay. I'm glad the prices stayed fairly consistent. I wonder why that is, but I'm just happy that it's the same.
Competition.
Oh, fair. Fair enough, fair enough. So looking forward to that. And 17, please. Thank you. And you could give us super duper quick staff report comment.
So at the City Council meeting on September 23rd, the City Council directed the City Manager to ask Ms. Hope Parrish if she would be willing to serve as Honorary City Historian, and if Ms. Parrish was willing to serve, to return to City Council with an item to appoint her as Honorary City Historian. Staff has spoken to Ms. Parrish. She's here tonight, and she indicated she is willing to serve as the Honorary City Historian. Ms. Parrish is a retired property master who's worked in the entertainment industry for many years. Just a few of the films and television shows where she served as property master are Jerry Maguire, Air Force One, 13 Days, Deadwood, Django Unchained, and Nebraska. When she retired in 2017, she became president of the Culver City Historical Society. Ms. Parrish loves history, research, and her hometown, Culver City. Her work has been to continue to grow the Historic Society and carry on the work of those who came before in the organization. She hopes that the Historical Society will continue to be a place where Culver City can deposit items that tell the city's story and history, and that history's lessons continue to educate the city. That concludes my report.
Thank you. I don't know if colleagues have any comments or questions about this, but I just want to elevate sort of what I lifted up in this item the last time. While I am confident in Ms. Parrish's ability to serve our community, I'm very grateful for her leadership in the many roles that she supports us. I really think it's important for us as a city to have really clear, whether it's KPIs or roles or responsibilities, and I hope that Ms. Parrish, if she is willing, alongside with city staff, can really develop what this looks like moving forward. I know that there is a survey out right now trying to seek feedback from community members as it pertains to our Artist Laureate program. Not saying that it needs to be the same kind of process, but the more the more clarity that we have on what the roles are and the more opportunities for our community to weigh in, I think it provides a certain legitimacy to some of our processes. And again, it takes nothing away from Ms. Parrish and what she has done and how she has served our community, in terms of sustainability for roles like this and just clarity in terms of responsibility, honorary or not, I think it's important to have clarity about what our expectations are, and even for the person to have clarity on what's expected of them. So I just want to offer that again in this public forum, because I think that there's a reason why we have processes and procedures, and they should be followed as much as possible. But I have no objection to Ms. Parrish, but I do hope that moving forward, we can have some sort of a process and clarity for our community as to what the roles are, and for it to be available for everyone to take part. Thank you. Are there any other comments on this?
Yeah, Mayor.
Vice
Thank
Mayor.
you. I just want to up with my really strong desire to have Ms. Hope Parrish in this role. I think she's made for it, kind of shaped over the years in Culver City, and I'm sure you will represent us really well in this honorary position, and just look forward to seeing you on the next version of Huell Hauser talking about Culver City or whatever it may be. You have a wealth of knowledge, and I think you're perfect for the role.
I just want to plus one your request for just having a policy and job description for this volunteer position, but also I just want to leadership that she does for young people, especially with dealing with the historical society, bringing on new people to continue on in the legacy of the history of the city. And I think that's really important for moving forward in this project. So I'm really excited for this, and congratulations. Thank you, Mayor.
As well, echo the comments of my colleagues. Hope, I've known you and your family better part of all my life, so thanks for really accepting this position. I know I'm super happy to be working with you, and thank you for all you do and you continue done for the city and for me and my family, so thank you, Hope.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Hope, for accepting this volunteer position, because we all know what a volunteer position is. There is no end to how much you can do, and I know you have enormous capacity and a lot of interest. So I think you will be a fantastic person for this volunteer honorary position. So thank you for accepting.
The last question that I have for staff, there is no set duration for this role, correct?
That's correct.
So it would be terminated if the city or Ms. Parrish decides? Is that the implicit subtext to having no end to the duration of the role?
Yeah, it's anticipated that at some point, Ms. Parrish would either step down or the city council would appoint another city historian.
And Mayor, this is at the discretion of the council.
So it would end at the discretion of the council. Okay. Just wanted to understand that because the staff report was silent as to that. Thank you. I understand there's a request to pull or vote separately for
C12.
That's correct. Thank you. It's at the top of my notes. Any other requests to have to vote on other items separately? Okay, can we have a motion for all consent except for 12?
We have a motion by Councilmember Puza, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to approve the consent calendar items, all except for item C12. Please vote. All members have voted. This motion passes unanimously.
And C12.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second by Councilmember Erickson to approve item C12 consent item. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes with 1 abstain.
Thank you. A reminder to the public that A1 will not be heard this evening, so we will move on now to A2. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chief Jason Sims here with Assistant Chief Troy Dunlap and Lieutenant Ryan Thompson to present our annual Assembly Bill 41 Military Equipment Report. Lieutenant Thompson will provide us with a summary of the report.
Good evening. So a little bit of background about Assembly Bill 481. In September 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 481, which codified Government Code Sections through 7075. Assembly Bill 41 requires a law enforcement agency to obtain approval from the applicable governing body, in our case our City Council, for law enforcement funding, acquiring, and use of equipment deemed military equipment as defined in the bill. The term military equipment does not necessarily indicate the equipment has been used by or acquired through the military. None of the equipment in our inventory has been obtained from the military, nor is it solely designed for military use. In September 2022, City Council adopted an ordinance which not only approved the use of our existing military equipment inventory, but approved our military equipment proposed policy. In October 2023, City Council approved the renewal of this same ordinance governing the use of military equipment by our police department. This year, on September 26, 2024, we hosted a hybrid in-person and online community meeting. This meeting took place following posting notifications on our department social media platforms, sending out notifications via GovDelivery and Nixle, and posting pertinent information on our police department website. Throughout this process, we have worked closely with our city attorney's office to ensure our reporting requirements are being met as outlined in Assembly Bill 41. Next slide, please. So some of the requirements that are outlined in Assembly Bill 41 include the approval of our military use policy. Again, that was originally done in 2022 and again last year in 2023. Approval of the police acquisition and use of the ordinance. Again, this we're hoping will take place this evening. The community meeting, which I outlined, was done 3 weeks ago on September 26th. That's outlined in Government Code Section 7072, subsection B, which states law enforcement shall hold at least one community engagement meeting which the general public may discuss and ask questions regarding the annual military equipment report. And our current military equipment inventory annual report, this is a 235-page document which is currently posted on our website. The annual report includes a detailed description of all the equipment currently in our inventory, a summary of when these items were deployed, and the amount of money our department has spent in replacing and replenishing these items within the last year. Next slide, please. So starting with the first category, this is category number 1. The item depicted in this slide is a Transcend Tactical Vantage robot. It is a remote-controlled unmanned machine which is utilized to enhance the safety of the community and our officers. It can be operated from a couple hundred yards away and allows for de-escalation of a violent suspect while reducing the potential of an armed confrontation with officers that may lead to a lethal conclusion. During this last year, our robot was deployed for 4 separate incidents. One deployment involved an armed barricaded burglary suspect, where our personnel utilized the device in an attempt to deliver a phone to negotiate the suspect's peaceful surrender. 2 deployments involved a joint training day involving our emergency response team and crisis negotiation team. And lastly, 1 deployment was for our National Night Out community event in August of this year. Next slide, please. Category 2, the item depicted in this slide is a DJI Mavic 3 Pro drone. This is a drone that can be deployed when its view would assist police personnel with a variety of incidents, including but not limited to barricaded suspects, active shooter or mass casualty incidents, hostage situations, crime scene investigations, supporting search and arrest warrant operations, perimeter searches for armed and/or felony suspects, and routine training. Only police personnel who have completed the required FAA training are permitted to operate our police drones. During the last year, a drone was deployed during 13 separate incidents. 1 deployment for a search and arrest warrant operation, which involved an armed robbery suspect. 1 deployment for a bomb threat. Another for an armed suicidal suspect. 4 deployments were for police training. And 6 deployments were either for burglary alarms or perimeter searches for burglary suspects. Next slide, please. The items depicted in this slide are 2 Ford 350 transit vans. They've been outfitted with level 3 armoring, which provide greater safety to citizens, officers, and EMS personnel beyond the protection of a police shield or personal body armor. Our armored personal carriers can be deployed in the following situations. Those include active shooter, mass casualty incidents, rescue operations, supporting search and arrest warrant operations, barricaded suspect operations, hostage operations, encounters with self-destructive, violent, dangerous, and/or combative subjects, department-approved training exercises, and perimeter searches for armed and/or felony suspects. We only took possession of these vans in January of this year, and since then they've been deployed 11 times. 9 of those deployments involved emergency response team training, 1 deployment for our National Night Out, and lastly, a deployment for a search and arrest warrant operation for an armed robbery suspect in the city of Inglewood. Next slide, please. The item depicted in this slide is a 2020 Forest River 30-foot trailer, essentially a mobile office. This mobile trailer, which we received via donation from the state of California, can be utilized during critical incidents, including major disasters, pre-planned high-risk operations, large-scale pre-planned events, and public relations or community outreach events. This item was deployed 8 times in the last year, and those include 2 deployments for homeless encampment cleanups, 2 deployments for training days, 1 for National Night Out, another for La Bayona Festival, 1 deployment for an armed barricaded burglary suspect, and lastly, a deployment for a search and arrest warrant operation for an armed robbery suspect in the city of Inglewood. Next slide, please. Specialized firearms and ammunition, this is covered in Category 9. During this reporting period, we had 20 deployments, all of which involved our officers strictly directing, not firing their rifles. Of the 20 deployments in the last year, all of those involved subjects that were either armed, dangerous, or felony suspects. 15 of those deployments occurred during high-risk felony traffic stops. 1 deployment occurred in response to a radio call where shots were fired and officers recovered shell casings within the crime scene. Another deployment occurred during a foot pursuit following a vehicle pursuit. 1 deployment occurred in response to a radio call of an armed suspect. 1 deployment occurred involving a robbery suspect. And lastly, a deployment occurred involving a search and arrest warrant operation of an armed robbery suspect in the city of Inglewood. Next slide, please. Our noise flash diversionary device. The item depicted in this slide is otherwise known as a flashbang. It is a device that creates a bright flash and loud sound and is used to distract and temporarily disorient armed or dangerous suspects. The distraction device is ideal for distracting dangerous suspects during critical incidents such as assaults, hostage rescue operations, or other high-risk arrest situations. This device was deployed during 3 separate incidents in the last year, one for a training day, one for required certification with our emergency response team, and lastly, for an armed barricaded burglary suspect. Next slide, please. Tear gas. The item depicted in this slide is a chemical agent munition, commonly referred to as tear gas, which is used as a non-lethal tool to disperse violent suspects or de-escalate armed or violent critical incidents. Chemical agents are a de-escalation tool and less lethal option available during critical incidents, such as dangerous, violent, or physically combative individuals, armed barricaded suspects, active shooters, or hostage rescue operations. We had 8 deployments during this rating period. 2 of those were for officers attending chemical agent instructor training, and the other 6 were for emergency response team training. Next slide, please. The item depicted in this slide is a pepper ball launcher, which can deploy chemical agents and kinetic energy impacts about the size of a grape from a safe distance. This is another tool used by officers to de-escalate a volatile situation while giving the involved officers the advantage of time, distance, and cover. The pepper ball launcher was deployed once in the last year, and that occurred when an officer directed it, again, he did not fire it or discharge it, at a suspect during a high-risk felony traffic stop. Next slide, please. The projectile launch platform, the item shown in this slide, is a 40-millimeter launcher. It is another less lethal system that is capable of launching 40-millimeter rounds, which can consist of sponge rounds or chemical agents, in order to de-escalate volatile situations such as violent, dangerous, or combative suspects. In the last year, this device was deployed 10 times, and those incidents include 4 deployments during required training or certification, and 6 deployments occurred in incidents involving armed or felony suspects. 2 of those 6 involved officers discharging a 40-millimeter sponge round. The first was an attempt by officers to break a glass door of an office where an armed burglary suspect was attempting to surrender to police, and the second was to break the window of a vehicle where a wanted, armed, and dangerous suspect was refusing to exit. Next slide, please. In the language in Government Code 77070 through 7075, we are required to report any summary of complaints or violations of department policy. And as you can see here, we did not receive any complaints concerning use of military equipment during this rating period. An internal audit revealed that there were no violations of department policy as it relates to unlawfully deploying or discharging military equipment. Next slide, please. So this was the total annual cost, so the breakdown of the financial expenses as it related to military equipment. I'll highlight some of the major components in this. Starting at the second row, $14,715 was spent for ammunition replacement or replenishment. This consisted of replenishing 25,000 rifle rounds, which were required for training and certifications. $5,650 was spent on drone training courses. This was to ensure we had the required number of available drone pilots throughout the department. $6,592 was spent on replacing 2 drones. This was to replace 2 of our older drones. $4,332 was spent for noise flash diversionary device replenishment. Again, this was to replace expiring equipment. The 2 highlighted portions in gray that you see on the left, one included the armored vans. The second was the replacement of 40-millimeter launchers. Both of these were noted in a different color to highlight the fact that they were not purchased with funds from our allocated police budget. The vans were, in fact, purchased with asset forfeiture funds that were approved by council, I believe, in 2022. And the 40-millimeter launcher replacements were done with an existing vendor credit. Next slide, please. As far as future acquisitions go, we do intend on replenishing 25,000 rifle rounds. That would be at a cost of $14,715. Again, this would be for required department training and certification. And notwithstanding the above, the CCPD does not intend on purchasing any new equipment that is not currently within its inventory, but will replace existing ammunition and munition supplies as needed. Any such replacement of equipment will be purchased using funds from the allocated police budget, general fund, or asset forfeiture funds. Next slide, please. And that concludes this presentation. I believe we'll open it up for questions and comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the public?
Yes, we have 4 speakers.
Okay.
Our 4 speakers are Steve Siegel, Jamie Wallace, Melissa Sanders, and Denise Neal. Our first speaker is Steve Siegel.
Thank you. What a nice, a very well presented presentation there. I was wondering about the budget, which you answered the question of. Did not look like a lot of fat in there. I would urge the police department to find areas where they might be able to conserve funds, because there's a movement afoot, an attempt to defund significant funding from the police. Most every resident I know doesn't want that. Los Angeles now is taking at least 30 minutes to even answer a 911 call. So just in the event, just in the purpose of making sure we have personnel, proper personnel, and the money's going to the right place, you might find small areas here and there to save some money so that we can make sure we always keep staff as it is right now, because the police is doing a fantastic job per all of the residents that I know. I know Mr. Cruz and Ms. McMorrin have stated many times that they're interested in police not making traffic stops and other places where you do find people who are doing illegal activities. So we want to make sure that the police is fully funded as we go forward. Nice presentation. I didn't realize there was so much compliance associated with what's called military. You guys do a great job managing all of the data required there. Thank you very much from all of the residents I know to the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Wallace.
Oh, sorry about that. I will figure this out one of these days. I wanted to say thank you to the entire police department that has done incredible work of record keeping, of transparency. This is what most people are asking for, that we understand exactly to the extent that we can what the police department has to deploy, how they deploy it, and I want to thank the staff, the police officers and everybody for making things so clear. And I hope there's not going to be arguments and discussions about shifting of funds, because this is just a report that they are required to do every single year. And I wanted to thank you for making that report. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the CCPD, I guess we're having some audio issues, for all the work that they do. And I'm sorry that the word military has to be used for this kind of equipment, since it's not at all military oriented. So I appreciate your thoroughness and everything that you do. I just wanted to say thanks. And great. I think all of your reports tonight have been very thorough and very specific, and you guys have been great. So I hope you can take a break tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. I wanted to ask Culver thank you, thank Culver PD for the transparency and accountability and being responsible and letting us know what's happening with the actual arsenal that we currently have. I'd like to know if we'll be increasing this arsenal and if we'll have substations and storage areas for any additional things that we need to prepare for FIFA, for emergency management, for the Super Bowl and the Olympics. I'd like to know how we can get city dialogue with the community and how we can acquire more necessary equipment in preparation for those things and the substations. I'd like to know how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you, Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for the report. Just a couple of clarifying questions. You talk about replacement of ammo. Can you just walk us through, the importance of live fire versus simulation and why that is necessary to use actual rounds as it comes to training and actual events in the field?
Thank you, Councilmember Vera, and I should have done this in the beginning, but I'd like to just take a moment to thank Lieutenant Ryan Thompson and Assistant Chief Troy Dunlap for doing all the heavy lifting related to preparing the report that you have before you tonight. It takes a tremendous amount of time, effort, and energy to collect all this information, track it throughout the year, and then present it in a report to both the community and council. So again, I just want to thank them. In terms of training with live ammunition, POST actually requires that we qualify with our firearms once or twice a year, and that we do that with live fire. It's, of course, incredibly important that our officers remain proficient with whatever firearms or less lethal device they are deploying, to ensure that their safety and the safety of the community is paramount. And of course, that is always the most important thing. And so training in a live fire situation that we do our best to make as realistic as possible, as much as we can on a range, is by far the best way to prepare our officers for real life encounters that, of course, are extraordinarily high stress. So we always talk about, when we talk about training, that you revert to the level of your training when you're in those high stress situations. And so ensuring that our training is done well, as realistic as possible, and of course that includes live fire, is paramount. And that's for our patrol level officers. Now, when we're talking about our emergency response team officers, that's another level of training. Of course, they fall under another requirement for POST. And I think I'll defer to Lieutenant Ryan Thompson, who's actually in charge of our emergency response team, to kind of talk about what that looks like, the training requirements for our emergency response team.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, just to add on to that, so every time we get a new officer out of the academy, that officer is mandated to attend a post rifle course, and that involves discharging essentially 1,000 rounds. So that's 1/25th of what we're asking for is one new officer hire. That would mandate 1,000 rounds. When our emergency response team train with rifles, we're discharging anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 rounds per training day, and that's every 6 weeks. So again, just looking at the number of 25,000, that can go through pretty quickly with the number of officers we're hiring, as well as the mandates within POST for our emergency response team.
All right, thank you so much, Lieutenant. I appreciate that. Then also, can you, I know there's been some talk and maybe a misconception or a misunderstanding on the vans in terms of armed and armored. Maybe describe a little bit what the difference is and what we actually have.
Thank you for the question. So the vans that we currently have are armored. They are not armed. They're mainly used for transportation. One is set up as a medical vehicle that the fire department helped us design. But the main purpose is just that it protects the officers while they're approaching a hostile situation or anything like that. But they are not armed, nor do we intend to arm them at any point.
And then potentially rescue operations as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then prior to 2021, most of this equipment was here. We just weren't obligated by law to disclose or create a sort of pamphlet of them, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Vera. And just off the top of my head, I think the only items that we did not have in 2021 would be the vans.
The
Am I
robot.
correct?
When did we get the robot?
Maybe the robot. Yeah, so maybe the vans and the robot. But other than that, all of the items that are described in the report, the flashbangs, the rifles, and so forth, we already had those items.
And there's no plan for any new acquisition and/or military equipment? I mean, I know that the name, like one of the speakers said, military equipment, that's sort of just a name, but we did not acquire any of this equipment from the military.
That's correct, Councilmember Vera. None of this equipment came from the military, and we have to do this report every year. And so for this upcoming year, we do not intend on acquiring any additional equipment. If there's something that we identify that we believe would help us to be more effective and efficient in doing our jobs, and it falls under this law, then we would be required to bring that before council before acquiring it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Lieutenant Thompson, thank you so much for all your hard work. Assistant Chief and Chief, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you for this report. I always get a little disturbed by using the military because it sort of sends a message, and I guess that's the purpose why this was passed in Sacramento with that name, because, yeah, none of this really are military equipment or you know, something the military will use. So I really appreciate this, and there is no changes, so I don't really have any comment. I approved this last year and appreciate the report, and I appreciate the report and all the work that you have put into this. It's very clear, and the presentation was great, so thank you, and I have no issues.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Puzo.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the staff report and for the public comments. Thanks for also all the work that went into compiling the report and for the public meeting that was hosted. I understand that this bill is a transparency and accountability tool so the public can know the funding, acquisition, and use of the police's weapons, ammunition, vehicles, equipment, and it's also about compliance. Would you remind the public if there is a complaint or a violation, how does one do that?
Thank you for the question. So on our website, there's a area where you can file a complaint. Also, at any time, you can contact our professional standards unit or call the watch commander's office or contact one of us directly. But we do track any type of complaints that we do have. And we haven't had any since we've implemented this.
Great. And then just a quick question, because I'm trying to understand the report. So for like unmanned aerial vehicles, there's a list of purposes. Is that an exhaustive list? Or is that?
Well, none of our pilots would be permitted to deploy the drones for any scenarios outside of what's in our policy.
Okay. And then it was used for, so I'm looking at the purposes, and then it was used for National Night Out. So what purpose would that fall under?
Councilmember Puzo, we took advantage of that opportunity to have a training day at National Night Out.
It's under training day?
Yeah.
Routine training?
Yes.
Okay. Great. That's what I asked earlier. Great. Great. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No questions, just thank you for the thorough reporting that both of you did. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have many questions, but can you just elaborate more? I know there was a lot in the public comment about it shouldn't be called military equipment, or it's not like military equipment. Why is it considered military equipment for the sake of this program? Is there a reason why that we're referring to it as military equipment?
Mayor, it's being referred to as military equipment because when the law was drafted, the legislators determined that certain pieces of police equipment, again, the vast majority of which was already in our possession, were going to be referred to as military equipment. And that is, and so for the purposes of the bill, the law, these items which previously were not referred to as military equipment are now being referred to as military equipment. And I think the confusion that causes is when you talk about, for example, the drones that we have. These drones can be purchased by anyone on Amazon, and they're not military-grade equipment, pieces of equipment. Some police agencies do participate in a military equipment donation program, wherein they will take from the military surplus equipment. We do not do that. And so that's, I think, kind of the confusion, if you will, with the term military equipment when it comes to this law.
Just to follow up on that, and thank you for that information. Do some other jurisdictions, if you have this now, just okay if you don't, do some other jurisdictions receive similar equipment from the military?
Yes, Mayor, as I stated, some agencies do participate in a military surplus program, wherein they will get surplus military equipment from the military. We do not participate in that program.
Absolutely, but I think you might have misunderstood my question. I was asking if some similar jurisdictions or jurisdictions that you have knowledge of receive similar equipment that we have included in our report. So the same, for example, I don't know, let me pull something. This is the drone, the carbine rifle. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Do they, and this is just one example, maybe it's something else, but do other jurisdictions potentially get that type of rifle from the military through a surplus program? Is that something that might come from a military source?
That's a good question, Mayor. I'm not sure. I can tell you that, I mean, it's possible, I guess. You know, they may also get sleeping bags, surplus sleeping bags from the military. Yeah, because we don't participate in that program, we don't have much knowledge about it. My apologies.
Absolutely. I think, again, this is just bringing the information from, you know, what we have. I would deduce based on the information that it's likely similar, otherwise it probably wouldn't be classified that way. But I wasn't a legislator that drafted that, so I think that might come in with the labeling of the equipment as military. There might be some, at some point, whether at the iteration of this AB 481, or maybe even still today, this type of equipment at some point was utilized by military at some point for some capacity, so that is probably why it today is being referred to that. So, and I don't know if there's a way to verify that, but just to kind of probably put one and one together, I would imagine that that's probably why it's referred that way. But I'm very grateful that the report is here. I know that, unfortunately, I was out of town for a work conference with my day job with Children's Defense Fund, so I was unable to be at this year's night out. what kind of training, what does training look like at big sort of community events? What does that kind of look like? Since you mentioned it was a training day.
Thank you, Mayor. And so specifically I was referring to our drone deployments because we were flying our drone at National Night Out.
Okay.
And that looks like essentially just operating the drone.
But
And
wasn't the robot also there?
the robot also was there. It was not, I'm not quite sure whether or not it was being operated. It was just there on display.
Okay.
So the training I was referring to was were the drones.
Got it.
And it was essentially just providing our pilots with flight hours, which is, of course, training.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much for providing clarity for those two questions. I appreciate it. Is there a motion for this item unless there's further discussion? Thank you.
We have a motion by Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Erickson, to review and approve the 23-24 Culver City Police Department Military Equipment Annual Report and renewal of ordinance and the direction. Please start voting. For one vote. Great. Okay, thank you. All members have voted. The motion passes 4 ayes with 1 abstention from Mayor McMorrin.
Thank you. Can we move now to A3?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We bring back an item from February 12th, 2024, where Council received consensus to direct staff to prepare an agenda item to discuss the Culver City Area Interfaith Alliance Cooperation Circle, hereinafter referred to as the Alliance. The Alliance was a community-based cooperation circle that worked to foster understanding, cooperation, and unity amongst diverse religious organizations in the city of Culver City and its neighboring areas. The Alliance was led by faith-based community leaders and members from various faith communities and was independent of the city. The Alliance went dormant after a few years ago for a number of reasons, including the COVID-19 pandemic and the departure of a prominent member. Staff reached out to neighboring cities such as the city of Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and El Segundo to inquire if they have an organization similar to the Alliance. Staff found these agencies do not lead nor participate in such an organization. City staff, in consultation with the city attorney's office, could not find municipalities within California that have established a city-led or based interfaith alliance. In addition, 2 of the responses received from agencies raised concern regarding the establishment clause in the U.S. Constitution. Staff met with several community members, including Dr. Francis Watman Rosenau, the pastor of the Culver City Presbyterian Church and previous member of the Alliance, Eric Rudin, who is a strong advocate for the Jewish Families Advisory Council for the Culver City Unified School District, and former Mayor Jim Clark, who was heavily involved in the alliance just prior to and throughout his position as the mayor of Culver City. The discussions with Dr. Watman Rosenau, Dr. Rudin, and Mr. Clark confirmed the alliance was a community-based organization and there was no formal involvement with the city. The previous alliance was made up of reverends, pastors, and other religious leaders from smaller and larger faith-based organizations in Culver City. The discussions indicated that there is some community interest in relaunching the alliance. However, the relaunch should benefit from a clear purpose, a reasonable time commitment, and meeting schedule. If the alliance moves forward, these community members would like to see more collaboration within the faith-based community, as well as productive meetings and activities taking place to receive a sense of purpose and acknowledgement of the alliance by the Culver City community. Mr. Clark recommended that it would be a good idea to hold a meeting once or twice a year to allow the faith community to share their efforts in the social services arena. He also recently indicated that both he and Dr. Watman Rosenau were working to update the directory of faith-based organization and recommended that the city have a point of contact to the alliance to help spread the word onto the initiatives. The city has been proactive in working to increase communications within the community through various initiatives, such as a bystander intervention training, a review of the Los Angeles Human Relations Commission's on annual hate crimes report, which also highlighted Culver City incidents, as well as community trainings and discussions on mitigating implicit bias and resilience training. If the City Council decides to move forward on this item, staff recommends one of the two following options. The city could support and work with, but should not lead or provide a private community-based body while remaining viewpoint neutral as to religion. An example could be the private body to participate in city events such as United Against Hate Week. Second option, the city could create a public body also remaining viewpoint neutral, such as inviting participation from secular and non-secular persons or groups, and clearly defining such bodies' duties and purpose so as not to advance or inhibit religion. It is also important to note that this option will require additional staff and resources, as well as may result in other priorities shifting to accommodate a new body. This concludes my staff report, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this issue?
Yes, we have 3 comments.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Ivanka Pagan.
Distinguished Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I just want to say, in reference to religion, what's going on in Palestine, Israel, it's not about religion. It definitely is not about religion, because I hear all around us using religion as a reason for this devastation. And I just want to make sure that's clear, that it's not about religion. It's definitely not religion. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine. Mariah, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, I just wanted to reiterate the previous speaker talking about the Israel-Palestine issue, that the conflict is not a religious issue, that the state of Israel was actually founded by many secular Jewish people, and that in Palestine, Muslims, Jews, Christians alike lived in peace for hundreds of years, 1,500 years actually, and that our coalition which is the Culver City Residents for Peace. We are actually an interfaith organization. Members of all religions, non-religious people are represented. And we just want peace. We just want fairness, equity, equal treatment for all residents of Culver City, whether they be Jewish, whether they be Muslim, whether they be Christian or non-religious. We just want to be treated fairly, given equal time, ability to tell our narrative, tell our story, to tell our hurts. And we just want a discussion. We just want to meet as a group in a moderated discussion in Iraq, have a chance to heal, to speak with one another, and to mutually come to a decision, and perhaps as a city call for peace in the Middle East, in Palestine, Israel. So thank you so much for considering, and we ask that you would direct Iraq to moderate this discussion at their next meeting on October 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Council, and community at large. Regarding the Interfaith Alliance, I'd like to know if, in the clear purpose that we're trying to establish, if there will be opportunities to continue to foster understanding, such as with these conflicts that we're going through right now, globally, just like the previous two speakers mentioned. I'd also like to know if, for these upcoming international events, if we're going to have welcoming committees based on any of these interfaith groups, just to make people from all over the world feel welcome and safe when they get here. I'd like to also know if they'll be trained in any emergency crisis management, because if we do have crises at that time or even before and after, I'd like to know if we'll have language acquisition, well, not acquisition, language accessibility programs within these groups, and if there will be overlap with sister cities and cultural affairs and some of the other international and cultural groups. I'd like to know how we're going to create that network to be able to step in where they're needed. Communication will be needed, and understanding is going to be needed, and it has to be done in a peaceful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. So I'm going to kick this one off because I agendized this way back in January of this year, and thank you to staff and everyone who worked hard to try to bring this item back. God bless you. As it pertains to potentially moving forward with some sort of interfaith alliance and/or communication initiatives for community religious groups. And again, many interfaith groups include atheist and agnostic members, so it is not all just religious focus. So I do want to lift that up in this space. In addition, I think just as it follows from really, hopefully, my leadership over these past few years, it's about making sure that we hear from people, that we're accountable to folks, and that the city has a pulse on what's happening in all of our communities and what the mechanisms are in terms of procedure to do that. Now, I think that our CPCs is definitely one tool that we utilize for keeping our pulse on what's happening in the community on various issues, whether it's parks or art or landlord-tenant or whatever is happening. But I do think that there is an opening for us to be more responsive to our faith community and our agnostic and atheist community in Culver City. I think separate and apart from the issue that has been has come up quite a bit since about August of this year. Potentially, had we had either a body and/or a mechanism, be it a listserv, set meetings with the city and interfaith groups and/or agnostic and atheist groups, let's say maybe a quarterly basis, perhaps we could have been a bit more responsive to some of the needs. We could learn about, I know that some of our communities rent space from the city. There's many things that have nothing to do with religion, but just has to do with us being responsive as a city and the services that we offer and the community members that are part of our great community. So this is just something that, and I'm curious what colleagues have to say on this, but I do just fundamentally believe that we can be more responsive as a city to the needs of our overall community. I don't like being in a responsive posture, and I do think how we do things in terms of systems and accountability is really, really important, and procedure is really important. So even if there isn't a formal body, because maybe nobody wants to lead it right now because it is a big undertaking to restart an organization, maybe the city, just like how we have outreach to our business community, parents, how we have outreach on particular topics, potentially this is something that we can have outreach about just as a goal to have the community and the city coming together and learning about what are the issues in this particular community. I believe it's normal for us to learn and get feedback from parents, homeowners, renters, business owners, and that, and that's okay. I think it will follow that learning and being responsive in this area is also something that we have the capacity to do. And I think it wouldn't run afoul of any legalities, at least if the goal is learning how the city can be more responsive. And for example, I know our current DA has an interfaith council. The county does some work in partnership with churches and other religious bodies, primarily on the area of reaching out to community members through homelessness and et cetera. And there's also been, I'm blanking on the other jurisdiction, but there were 3 that I knew of that were doing sort of touch points with our faith community in the area. So it's not unprecedented, so we just have to figure out logistically how to make it work. And again, I think our city works the best when we are responsive, when we are hearing from folks, and hopefully we're not always reacting to things as they happen. So the thing I would be offering right now, and again, I'm curious as to what my colleagues have to say on this topic, but if there isn't a faith partner that is willing to sort of carry or restart this formal body, hopefully the city could be open to having some sort of a quarterly, similar to, again, other outreaches that we do to other community groups in Culver City around community belonging, around interfaith issues, and religious type conversations on a quarterly basis. So I will kick it back around. Councilmember Vera.
Well, I know the inception, I think when this was first formed or when it was going around was sort of a mechanism to bring various faith-based organizations together so they can discuss or see how they can best serve the community, and then those who were most at need in the community, whether they're unhoused or some of the elderly members and some of the services that they offered. I think the city has been, across the board, extremely responsive with homelessness and really meeting communities' needs. I think there always should be a clear separation between faith, church and state, or church and city. I don't know that this is something that I would want to even delve into, because inevitably there is confusion, there is, I mean, we just brought it up and automatically the conversation goes elsewhere, whereas this should be something that is there to serve the community. And I'm not opposed to if this is a catalyst for Mr. Clark or Pastor Rosenow to, speak amongst themselves. They can share with the community at large, once a year, once to 6 months, what other organizations or faith, because it clearly says in here, the Alliance was comprised of faith-based community leaders and members from various faith-based organizations or communities. What maybe their offerings are, what they have to offer those most in need in the community. I'm not opposed to that, but outside of that, I don't know what else. We can do as a city other than foster communication, foster a safe place for people to talk, and we have a committee that does that. Outside of that, I don't really have any other comments. Mr. Clark, if you're listening, Jim, I know you got nothing but time on your hands. If you want to pick this up and run with it, then so be it. That's it for me for right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Yeah, well, this is not in our wheelhouse. It's like if there was an interest, where are they? They are not here. Well, one. So, the last time I met with the Interfaith Alliance and so on, it was, the way I remember it was that at that time, Councilmember Jim Clark had discussions with his church, the St. Augustine, and they had their food center and so on, and then he had discussion with another church, and they did something else for the homeless, and Jim realized that, man, there is some double thing going on, and there are some things that no one is covering. So he then started to suggest on his own personal initiative, and the mayor can do the same thing. Whatever at the Agape Church up on Buckingham Palace, Buckingham Industrial Area, took the responsibility to lead the group. And it was working, and she put in a lot of time. She then got another job in Arizona and moved there. And from what I understand, the alliance then died down because no one wanted to handle it. But it is not our responsibility. It's like any other community group or number of people who wants to get together and start working in our community with some common interest. It's up to them. They can do it. But it's not, in this case, it's even a little more tricky with the Constitution and the separation of state and church. So, it's not in our wheelhouse, and I wouldn't take advice from the current DI anyway. So I think that we have highlighted the issue, and the Faith Alliance can start up if someone wants to take it on their end. And if the mayor wants to do what Jim Clark did, that, it's there, the opportunity is there.
Councilmember Kuzen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the staff report and the work that's been done on this. Thanks to Reverend Dr. Rosenow and Mr. Rudin and former Mayor Jim Clark for sharing their experiences. I think there are opportunities for this committee, but most importantly, what I'd like to see come from this is more outreach and communication to different populations in our community. And if that's on a quarterly basis, that's fine, or whatever it be. I think there's a benefit to hearing from our faith-based leaders who are really boots on the ground with members of our communities about the needs and wants of their memberships. It's advisory, it's not political, it's just different people in the community. We can use it as an opportunity for the city to broaden its outreach, and also we can push information out to them. With the Alliance, there are a lot of people who apply for commissions and committees and don't get on them. So we had a lot of people left over. We didn't put out, to be fair, we didn't put out a call so maybe that's why people didn't show up. But I know in other cities, they do have different committees and commissions. They're, in addition to the typical ones like Planning Commission and Cultural Affairs Commission. In West Hollywood, they have a Russian-speaking committee, LGBTQ advisory committee, a transgender committee, a social justice committee, a women's advisory committee, a public safety commission. That's appointed by council, not by the police. Well, they don't have a police department, but it does take people who are committed that want to show up, no doubt. And I know there are people who are advocates in the community who are advocates for peace and who want to build bridges. But, definitely respect the Establishment Clause and agreed it should not be political. I'd be open to some kind of interfaith alliance if it were to go there. I don't know where we're going to end up with that, but regardless, I just hope that we do some kind of check-in with faith-based communities to outreach and communicate with them. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, to kind of piggyback off of what Councilmember Erickson said, I'm wondering where the faith-based leaders are coming to us to tell us to do this. Father Fagan from St. Augustine, Pastor Jim from Grace Church, Rabbi Shapiro from Temple Akiba, Sheikh Syed from King Fahad Mosque, even Pastor Francis. I didn't come here asking for us to do this, and I won't say which one of those faith leaders I spoke with, but one of them expressed that that they were a part of it back when it was around, and it just didn't feel very productive for them. And also, going back to Iraq again, I was just kind of looking up the work plan and the mission, and it says recommend programs, policies, activities designed to promote the full acceptance of all people in all aspects of community life without regard to race, religion, gender identity, and on and on. I mean, if I am again concerned about the Establishment Clause, and I mean, if Iraq wants to reach out to the various religious leaders and say, hey, are you guys interested in rebooting this on your own, and maybe report back to us on outreach that you do and conversations that you have, and we can maybe in our comments uplift whatever they want to put out as far as decisions they make or ideas for collaboration. But I know staff has done research on this, and it's nowhere in California we have this, and again, I'm concerned of staff time. Again, we talk about that, and it's outlined in the report, so it's obviously a concern of our staff. And whatever limited work we could do in this realm, it seems to me it could be done through the Iraq Committee. So that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Thanks. I feel like the last time this question came up, Director Anderson, you weren't here to answer it. Is the Iraq's work plan full this year, or what's the status on the work plan of the Iraq?
So the work plan is currently full and it's been established for the year. I will state that I believe next Tuesday, following the race relations conversation, there is an agenda. They're proposing to agendize a community conversations discussion. Yes. So, but it is pretty full. That was something that was already on the agenda. So next week, we will be discussing what that could look like.
What could look like?
A community conversations forum.
So I think we might be talking about two different things. While I'm very grateful for you sharing the status of the work plan, I remember that the last time, I think when we had the discussion about women and girls in it, there was folks who thought it should go to Iraq at that time as well. I think it's two different things. I think that there is this immediate issue that there is a demand about, and we want to be thoughtful and empathetic to how our community is expanding their capacity to experience empathy for one another, to understand the historical context of what's happening, and just, it's a lot. It's a lot. I have a lot of empathy for the fact that as we go through our lives, there is a lot happening on the global stage that impacts all of us in many different ways, as parents, as just individuals and human beings. So I want to be sensitive to that because that is an immediate need that is coming up. So I fully support if that is something that body wants to do. But separate and apart from this immediate issue, which I don't want to minimize the importance of it, and how serious it is for many members in our community. So setting that aside, as we move forward, because I too, it's almost 11:30 p.m. I wasn't sure, I didn't know about A1 being pulled, so I didn't do, and I'm not in the business of sort of hustling up folks to come to meetings to support something that I think we should have. And I also kind of push back against I know that is traditionally what we expect of our neighbors, to come here and ask us for things, but I hope that we could expand our collective capacity of what we could have and see that there is a need happening right in this moment, and there might be others. We could imagine a situation where there will be others. And also, the last time we had a conversation about, and we won't get into this, but the gun store and community outreach, and there really wasn't clear mechanisms for outreach to community members. And that was really alarming to me, because I don't think the model should be, if you have a relationship with a council member, then you'll understand how to move forward, or you'll understand how to bring your issue forward. I do fundamentally believe that there should be a little bit more awareness and outreach done by the city if we have the capacity to do that. And how wonderful could it be if we had, robust relationships with not only our business community, which I think that exists, but with our parents, with our young folks, with our faith communities, with our seniors, which I think that already exists and is already fully fleshed out. But what would it look like if we expanded with our disability community, right? And of course, there are overlaps with those groups, right? There are folks that are in multiple groups, right? Because intersectionality is a thing. So again, I am not rigid in the fact that I think that there should only be one body to do something, or it has to be an interfaith council to be the thing that we have. But what I am concerned about is our lack of nimbleness and flexibility, and to be potentially responsive and in community with folks who don't show up at a meeting. And how could we have better survey responses on our emergency plan or our parks master plan or anything if we're doing a better job as a city and being in good relationship with our many communities that we have? And again, I'm not saying that efforts have not been made. I in no way want to minimize any of the work that staff has done in terms of creating and maintaining relationships in communities, but I do see some gaps in terms of how we're able to really have a pulse on what's happening. Because I've had several conversations with faith leaders, and they have been interested, or they say, oh, yeah, because we work with the city in this way, and I'm interested in doing that. But there's clearly, like just in this conversation here, there's not that many faith and there's a mix of information happening. But does the city have a mechanism of hearing from our faith communities, or our agnostic communities, or our atheist communities? Is there a mechanism that we have right now for that?
For our faith-based community specifically, not that I'm aware of, I would assume similar to every other Culver City residents through the Lift Serve for job opportunities, for, as we talked about general plan updates. Every single person, whether you're a resident or not, can sign up to subscribe to receive updates that go out pretty regularly regarding Culver City events. So I think that that is a particular mechanism, similar specifically for the HR department. We do outreach for our ERAC events, our public training and community events as well. We send those out. We've even expanded to social media platforms to announce different events and things going on. Would I say specific for religious-based leaders? No, that hasn't been something specifically I think that the city has engaged in as a particular group, but there are mechanisms for those that are interested to learn about city events, functions, things that are going on with the city to receive those communications. Hopefully, if that answers your question.
So, is there a list of related groups? Do we have something like that?
Mayor, what would we ask them? I'm confused. What would we contact them about? What would we ask them? What do we need to know?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked.
We're open to.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm confused.
Well, I appreciate you asking the question, and the intention is not for anyone to be confused, so thank you for voicing that. It is my hope that the city could learn better what some of the needs are from some of our faith communities, where some of the pain points, again, and I see the face that you're making. I hear a lot of the pain in many of the conversations that have been happening over the past, few weeks and months. And again, separate and apart from that, I think about the fact that our United versus Hate Week was very poorly attended. And there are many faith communities that have talked about feeling stigmatized in some way, or not fully a part of our community in some way. And I don't know how much outreach was made, or if everyone knew, or if folks feel that Gov Delivery is all the outreach that we need to do. But my assertion, or my question in this space is, what would it look like to say, hey, we understand that some churches, some faith groups rent space from the city. We want to make sure that we are hearing from you, that we're good partners. What's going on with your communities? How are y'all utilizing our parks? How are we in right community with one another as a city, being a part of our community? Because I don't know because there's a disconnect happening, because there are folks in these communities who say they don't feel heard, or they don't feel safe in some ways, and yet, there's a disconnect that is occurring. So again, it's almost like meeting folks where they are, in terms of maybe we go to, have something at the senior center, or invite folks in to talk about, and maybe it doesn't work, but I am suggesting that we've had initial conversations with some folks. I know that I have talked to some folks. What is the harm in having an initial question about what's going on in our community. How can we be a better partner with your children? How can we be a better partner here in the community? How can we learn better about what are y'all doing in your communities that we might know about and that might be neutral enough that, you know, we could be supportive of? I'm not quite sure, but it's not happening, and it could, and we could be better partners to what is happening in some ways.
Mayor, we need direction from this body because it's I don't know how to go about it. I'll just be honest with you. So we would need direction from this council as to how we're supposed to do this because I don't have experience doing it. So.
So I'm,
Well,
what I was
we would
just,
take, I
sorry.
mean, you're asking us this question, but you're wanting us to do something, but I'm looking for direction from this body. We will do whatever this body wants, whatever direction we get from this body.
Absolutely. But are you still confused? Did you understand what I was saying?
No, I will admit I'm confused. I'm not sure I'll be unconfused, but we'll do whatever direction we get from this body.
Well, what I'm hearing is that Iraq is a little full. It sounds like there is an interest maybe from them to have a conversation at some point, but it still doesn't address the concern that I have in terms of making sure that we are, so let's, let my proposal be this. Can we commit to potentially having a space in one of the rooms in the senior center or maybe at Veterans Memorial where we invite some of these folks that we've potentially done outreach to, some of these folks that we know are a part of our faith community in Culver City, et cetera, and bring folks together and see if this is something, if they would like to continue to have an annual check-in with the city, a quarterly check-in, a biannual check-in. It looks like you're getting ready to ask me a question, but let me just finish my thought, City Manager.
Okay.
But potentially maybe that doesn't work. But I do think that there might be a there for us to make sure that we are being responsive. And again, this is not just, we're not just thinking about our faith agnostic atheist community, but thinking about how we do outreach and have community feedback for all of our communities. So how are we doing that with more intention? How are we establishing procedures and protocols to do that moving forward? I think, you know, is something that I hope we could think about outside of projects like Park Master Plan. I don't know how well that outreach was, but it's like, how do we make sure that we are hearing from folks more routinely?
Mayor, I think that's a question for your colleagues and not city staff.
So is there a motion here? Because it's 12:35, and I think we have people who wants to speak on items not on the agenda. So if there isn't a motion, then I suggest that we just leave this item and move to the next item.
Just to correct the record, it's 11:34, but thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Is there any other comments from colleagues?
I just want to say the way I see it is just like building out a population like the business community and the way we reach out to the business community when, you know, we have an issue about any item that affects the business community. So faith-based leaders are probably some of the best organizers out there, and so they really understand the needs of their communities. So it's just building out, you know, we'll have a subset of business community. When we have an issue, we'll have a subset of faith-based leaders that we can reach out to. We can start building different populations that we can reach out, and they can reach out back to us. So that's the way I see it. I think it's really practical and increasing, you know, so when we do outreach, sometimes I feel like there's many ways that it's been done, but sometimes it feels like some communities are not included. So this would just be expanding that outreach. So I'm happy to support, you know, building out outreach to faith-based leaders. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments from colleagues? I'll put a motion forward to have staff, while working with what, I don't know, I'll be at that 22nd meeting for the next ERAC because there's something I'm speaking to. So I don't know if there'll be further conversation to come from that space. So while being mindful of whatever plans that body may or may not have, building out potentially a meeting or a Zoom or even a WebEx, so being mindful of staff's time. And hopefully colleagues can join in like inviting folks to this initial call or call to action in terms of the city, again, building out outreach, building out community, and again, being responsive to this particular community. I think many of us have likely heard that some members don't particularly feel like the city is responsive, but the goal is being more responsive. So potentially having a commitment for one meeting where hopefully we can all try to publicize it. I will leave it to staff to select a date, being mindful of everything that is on everyone's plate. So I won't select a date. But it is my hope that that could be a space that we could build on to, again, continue to build outreach, continue to build community, and to continue to build responsiveness within the faith, atheist, and agnostic community in Culver City. So the commitment would be one outreach and potentially staff bringing back what they learned and if it was worthwhile. So that is what I am suggesting today.
Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'm at this time, I'm not going to support that, but I will personally reach out to all of these, Father Fagan, Pastor Jim, Pastor Francis, Sheikh Sayed, Rabbi Shapiro, and others that I know in the community, and personally ask them if they will be interested in reforming the Interfaith Alliance.
Thanks.
I wonder if the city clerk can read back the motion so I know what I'm going to vote on.
It was quite a long motion, but I think the gist of it is to direct the city manager to hold a meeting with religious group members to build community and to bring back what is learned. Is that correct?
Religious, atheist, and agnostic communities. Thank you.
Well, I like Councilmember O'Brien's suggestion. That is what Jim Clark did, and I think that's how you do these things. And if the mayor don't want to do it, then I appreciate that Councilmember O'Brien wants to do it. And if I can help, let me know.
I think the limitation to that, and this is just me speaking for myself, is that it becomes an initiative of a council member or a vice mayor or a mayor, and it's not so much about the city. And I think the goal is the city responsiveness here and how, again, we can better operate as a city. So while I'm very gracious that the vice mayor is able to do this outreach on with his time, I think that the question is, how can we be responsive as a city, not just as individuals who may or may not have personal relationships with the community? So how are we as a city creating procedures, to have outreach that lives beyond us, serving in these seats? So hopefully that was clear, but thanks. Is there a second? Is there
We have a
vote?
motion by Councilmember Puza.
Oh, I thought I made the motion.
I don't see it.
Oh.
Do you want to
okay.
make the motion?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
Sorry.
Oh, I just did it again. Okay. There. Got it. Great. Okay. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion fails. 2 ayes from Councilmember Puza and Mayor McMorrin, 2 noes from Councilmember Vera and Vice Mayor O'Brien, and 1 abstain from Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Can we move now to public comment?
Mayor, before you go back to public comment, I just wanted to acknowledge that earlier this evening, we had a speaker, and we didn't catch it in time, but there was a speaker that was campaigning for a state measure. And so I just wanted to caution the public again that there's no campaign activity in the council chambers, and please refrain from any campaigning activity during your public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers signed up. Polly Stenberg, Mariah Begg, Denise Neal, and Rida Hamida. Our first speaker is Polly Stenberg. Polly, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Polly Stenberg. I'm a proud Culver City Jew, and I'm a mom. I want to state support and agreement with Vice Mayor O'Brien tonight in what he reiterated as the specific goals of ERAC and their ability to attend to all manners of diversity within the community. I also want to call back to a moment where Councilmember O'Brien in this meeting was inquiring what if there was a major earthquake or terrorist attack on our grid that took out our power for an extended period of time? What would we do? How would we ensure we would have access to hot water and electricity even without the grid? In the spirit of this question, I want us to reflect for a moment on the conditions that together we have imposed on the people of Gaza. The obliterated infrastructure, decimated healthcare systems, schools leveled, ecosystems destroyed. What is this if not terrorism? What does it mean to be united against hate if not to stand together in a laying down of arms in the midst of a hateful aggression to de-escalate? It is long overdue for humans to evolve past war, in our streets at home and across the world. War is profoundly outdated for our species. We all live on a planet where we are navigating increasingly dangerous and inhospitable climate conditions. All of us. A bomb is not dropped out of love. Infrastructure is not leveled out of love. Populations are not starved and denied food and medical care out of love. The international community calling for a mutual ceasefire is an interfaith alliance, is united against hate, is intersectional, is rooted in love. Councilmember Erickson, we agreed on a recent call. It is never okay to bomb a preschool. Please direct ERAC to have this conversation, which can result in a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Begg. You've been unmuted.
Hi, good evening, Council. I apologize for not being able to appear today in person. As you know, I, and along with so many of our community members, have been coming to these council meetings, meeting after meeting, asking for you to agendize and pass a ceasefire resolution or again, to direct Iraq to hold this conversation, to specifically direct them to hold a conversation regarding a ceasefire resolution. We just talked about and went into depth about this interfaith dialogue group and whether or not there's a need for that. And again, I would again echo what Vice Mayor O'Brien said, that this is a conversation that can be held at Iraq. And Mayor McMorrin, you had asked, what is the harm in having the Interfaith Council? And I would ask you, what is the harm in asking Iraq to hold this conversation? If the conversation is what is important, and it's recognizing the needs of this community and acknowledging the pain that this community is currently going through, why can't that be done with an organization and a committee that is already in place? Iraq is already functioning. Iraq is already in place. Iraq already has the tools and the means to hold this conversation. There is an immediate need, just like you said, that there are members of this community, myself included, that feel marginalized, that feel dissed, that feel dismissed, that feel ignored. And week after week, we have been coming and we are continuing to be ignored. So I am asking you all, please direct Iraq to hold this conversation, to agendize a ceasefire resolution, and to give us the space that we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Neal.
And community at large. This is directed to Mayor McMorrin and the Vice Mayor, who will be Mayor next, as well as the council. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, I'd like to know if before you leave office, there's a way that you can help us set up a fiscally responsible structure for reparations and for foundational Black Americans here in Culver City to strategically build business and help prepare for the upcoming events and emergency management. This would be including but not limited to the substations that we need that we've been talking about in the south and at Ivy Station, considering the Wednesday meeting that I didn't attend last week. Also, I'd like to know if there's a way to improve our infrastructure by either retrofitting or tearing down Southern California Hospital. We need a solid, safe medical facility. And I'd like to know if we can partner with some of the training schools and Cedars-Sinai to do what they did in Marina Del Rey to update the medical facilities. 10 years ago, I spoke to Marina Del Rey and talked to an employee about the idea, and they actually executed it. So they have brand new facilities out there with Cedars. And I'd like to know, since there's already a Cedars presence, if it can be built up here with our local universities, community college district, and some other entities. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Raida Hamida.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here for the fourth week straight of council meetings, urging you to please direct Iraq to hold a discussion that would include a ceasefire resolution. Last night, I actually couldn't even sleep. I just drove from San Francisco to be here today, so that's why I'm so late. But we still managed to organize and get callers to come in, and they've been coming since August 12th, every single council meeting, urging you and Council Member Rivera and Vice Mayor. I just want to thank you for at least having the courage last time to make the recommendation for Iraq. But tonight, let's have mercy. Let's have compassion for those that were bombed last night, our Palestinian human beings that were killed while they were asleep, burned to death. We're urging you to have mercy on us because we're suffering, because they're suffering. Please do the right thing tonight and urge Iraq to please specifically include a ceasefire resolution as part of this healing process. We are in pain, we are in mourning. Your residents are in pain, we're in mourning. We can't even function. But to answer your question, Mayor, yes, your responsibility is to follow the people. And so it's not about your idea. Your idea should come from the people, so please follow the people. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Items from members. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, is this for agendized items as well, or?
The agenda says items from members continued and members request to agendize future items.
So yes, I'd like to see if there's three nodding heads in terms of agendizing a conversation, and I don't even know if possible, but about the impact fees staying in areas that the development is happening. Is that something that we can agendize as have three nodding heads on if a development is happening in a specific area, that those impact fees would stay in that area, since that development, since those folks are going to be impacted most?
Can I get verbal ayes? So I have one from Vice Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Puza. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Nothing.
Councilmember Puza.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could get three nodding heads for a special events grant for the Pan-African Film Festival in 2025.
I see nodding heads from Councilmember Rivera and Vice Mayor O'Brien.
I also nod in my head.
And Mayor.
And also to explore a quick build project at National and Wesley, excuse me.
I support that.
You know the person didn't walk in the crosswalk, right?
Yep.
You know the person walked just on the street. So the quick build we can do is a 8-foot fence that prohibits pedestrians from just
I think we
jaywalking.
shouldn't be talking about
Yeah,
it.
we shouldn't have
I
a full
appreciate that.
conversation, but thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Puza?
That's it for me.
I'm sorry, do we have nodding heads or?
Is this for a conversation, or is this?
I don't know. Councilmember Puza, can you restate what
Explore
you're
a
looking
quick
for?
build project at National and Wesley, I guess, in
For what purpose?
for safety.
And do I see nodding heads from anyone?
I support it.
Mayor, you nodded?
I
Okay.
support it, yeah. I'm just going to say it verbally. 'Cause,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, no worries.
So we did not receive three nodding heads.
That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Scott Stevens asked about agendizing, I'm sorry, Mayor, if you were going to bring this up, but the Hero Workshop event, they want to consider sponsorship and I guess a grant of up to $3,000. I'd like to agendize discussion on that.
Sure.
I've got a nodding head from Councilmember Puza and Councilmember Vera
I support it.
and the
I
mayor.
said sure, but maybe didn't hear. Yes. Do you have any other items?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Okay. I was grateful for the presentation from Ms. Brenda this evening on behalf of our Laura. I'm blanking on the title. I'm tired. So I appreciate that. I was able to attend a presentation from the county on the public works data. It's a really cool resource, and they also have a homelessness drive dashboard that is kind of similar to the one that we have recently launched here, although I think theirs is a little bit more comprehensive. I know that Housing and Human Services should be coming back shortly for or at least I believe so, hopefully for another update. I'm hopeful, can we, at the same meeting, have a presentation, or I'm requesting at the same meeting, whenever we'll have our next Housing and Human Services presentation about what's happening in our community as it pertains to that area, that we could also potentially have our LA County Public Works team come and present on their homelessness data and their public works data. Supervisor Mitchell held a presentation of the tool that's available, and I believe Assistant City Manager Jesse May sent it out to all colleagues, the tool itself. I think the homelessness dashboard was there as well, but I think it would be really helpful for the public's benefit to have not only the resources that we have here in Culver City available and that data available, but also have the context from the county as well, potentially in the same meeting.
I see a nodding head from Vice Mayor O'Brien. Councilmember Puza. That receives consensus.
Okay, I'd also, so that's my last item for agendizement. I did want to adjourn in memory of Lily Ledbetter, who passed, I think, just yesterday.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Ledbetter.
Thank you.
She was a equal pay and women's rights activist. She passed away at 86. Our former president, Barack Obama, signed the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act as his first bill. He signed into law as president in 2009. And I'm just really grateful for her work and all that she's done for women and equality across this country. So I want to request an adjournment in memory for Ms. Ledbetter.
We have a motion by Mayor McMorrin, as second by Vice Mayor O'Brien, to adjourn in memory of Lily Ledbetter. Please vote. All members have voted. The time is 11:59, and we are adjourned with a unanimous adjournment.
Thank you.